Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. On the heels of Black History Month and at the beginning of Women's History Month and 1 year into a pandemic, I rise today to bring attention to an urgent task, achieving health equity for Black women and girls. Over the past year, we have watched firsthand as centuries-long systemic health and economic disparities have translated into higher rates of coronavirus and fewer resources to fight it in Black communities. COVID-19 did not create these disparities. It has just made them plain for all to see. Inequality comes in many forms, but health inequalities are among the most glaring. As it stands, Black women's life expectancy is nearly 3 years less than our white counterparts. Recently, the Caucus on Black Women and Girls unveiled our first ever report on this pressing issue and others facing Black women and girls in our country. More importantly, we have laid out solutions to these problems. It is incumbent upon Congress to take on these initiatives because we cannot be satisfied until every American, including Black women and girls, can lead a long and healthy life. To help to accomplish these things, we must pass the American Rescue Plan. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is
Thank you, Mr.
recognized
Speaker.
for 1 minute.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in honor the life and service of my constituent, Deputy Michael Magley of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. On February 17th, Michael Magley kissed his wife and children goodbye for the last time as he embarked on what he likely believed to be a routine shift. Sadly, we know now that he would not make it back home that particular night. He put his life on the line, Mr. Speaker, to take the hit from a drunk driver and save those down the road who might have been in the pathway of danger. As Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri so movingly put it at his funeral, Mr. Speaker, Michael was at the right place at the right time. Deputy Magley leaves behind a loving wife, 2 beautiful children, and Blue family as they struggle to make sense out of unimaginable grief. While Michael's earthly end of watch was February 17th, 2020, his heavenly watch will endure forever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak on the House floor for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, the PRO Act. Just last weekend, I invited a number of our Democratic colleagues to come to my district and stand in solidarity with the Amazon workers in Bessemer, Alabama, who are voting this month on whether to join the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. It is because of unions, Mr. Speaker, that we have 5-day work week. It is because of unions that we have safer working conditions all across America. Congress must do more to protect the basic right to join a union. If we pass the PRO Act, the workers in Bessemer and the workers across this country will have stronger collective bargaining rights and more streamlined union election processes. We would also have meaningful enforcement for companies that violate workers' rights. The workers in my Alabama district deserve a fair election that is free of influence from management. The Amazon workers in Bessemer, Alabama, Mr. Speaker, is following a rich tradition of ordinary Alabamians standing up and fighting for civil rights and human rights. I am asking my colleagues to stand with the workers in Bessemer and around this country by passing the PRO Act. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the achievements of 9 young men in my district. Because schools in Iowa are open for in-person learning, our young men and women are able to participate in sports, and I am able to rise today to honor their recent achievements of winning Iowa State championships in wrestling. Dustin Boren, Bradley Hill, and Griffin Little of Davenport, Hunter Gavin of Iowa City West, Ben Keeter of City High in Iowa City, Matthew Lewis of Centerville, Hayden Taylor of Solon, Kobe Simon of West Liberty, and Marcel Lopez of New London each won state championships last month in Des Moines. Wrestling, we think in Iowa we're the center of the universe, and when it comes to wrestling, we are, but we do give a nod to a certain representative from Ohio. Wrestling and Dan Gable are as much a part of Iowa's unique history and culture as corn, First in the Nation Caucuses, Casey's Breakfast Pizza, and of course, Chuck Grassley. Before the pandemic, fans would cram into gyms across the state to watch our local teams compete. For the lucky few who made it to the state tournament, thousands would travel from all 99 counties to watch. These young men and women have marked their place in Iowa history, and I could not be prouder than to represent them in Congress. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a year into this pandemic and the world is still reeling. It's created deep economic crisis for American families and small businesses, and economic disparity continues. Now that vaccines are being administered with millions inoculated so far, hope for gaining the upper hand this disease is on the horizon. Last weekend, I saw firsthand the smiles of teachers' faces as they lined up for their first dose of vaccine. Desperate to see their students, they hold out hope that these shots can get them safely back into the classroom for the first time in a year. Food workers, those who we deem essential to putting food on America's dinner table every night, need to be vaccinated as well. I talked to them about their desire to do their jobs without fear of getting sick and getting back to a life of normalcy. But we must do more to help Americans. Our communities are hurting. Families, businesses, cities this week need economic relief now. This week, we will pass the American Rescue Plan to get immediate relief to struggling Americans. It provides the resources needed to help people get by and return to work. This bill will help our economy move again, and I am proud to support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor the outstanding work of Kelly Britton and Kathy Caruso, two residents of New York's 22nd Congressional District. Kelly and Kathy founded and run Better Together, an advocacy group for children with special needs. As mothers of children with disabilities, Kelly and Kathy mobilized a grassroots group of parents and family members to advocate for children with differing abilities. Today, Better Together is bringing awareness to the many unmet needs children with differing abilities experience. I recently joined Better Together for their first advocacy event, an Autism Awareness and First Responder Forum. This wonderful collaborative event provided training and guidance to first responders on how to work effectively and compassionately to help patients with autism and other disabilities. It was a pleasure to join Kelly, Kathy, and the Better Together family to discuss their advocacy efforts and priorities. I thank Kelly and Kathy for giving back to our community in such a meaningful way. They truly are making the world a better place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks if necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the pandemic changed our country, and during this year, more than 525,000 Americans have died from the virus, including 7,800 Marylanders. Too many jobs have been lost, too many families are struggling, and too many businesses have shuttered. The American Rescue Plan provides a lifeline for our country. The average family of 4 in my district will receive approximately $10,000 of direct assistance. With another round of stimulus checks and the expansion of the child tax credit, we will get families back on their feet and cut child poverty in half. The American Rescue Plan will also aid our communities during this crisis. Funding that will expand vaccinations, especially in Black and brown communities. Money to help safely open schools and assistance to keep teachers, transit workers, and other public servants on the job. This unprecedented crisis calls on us to meet the moment with decisive action. Mr. Speaker, the American Rescue Plan is that decisive action. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor a servant-hearted leader who cared deeply for the Victoria, Texas community, Mayor Raleigh McCoy, who passed away on March 5th, 2021. He'll be greatly missed by his family, friends, and those he represented as mayor, and those of us who had the honor to serve alongside of him. A lifelong Victorian, he described our town as a wholesome community that provided an energetic and joyful childhood. Long before being elected mayor, he lived and worked to make our community a better place. He was inspired to become mayor and to make Victoria, as he said, the kind of place where future generations can live their American dream. I'll miss working with him, as I appreciated his heart to work with and to collaborate in order to serve people. He once said, quote, "We can never become a great city until all of us can sit at and are welcome at the table," end quote. My prayers are with him, his wife, their 3 children, and all who had the great pleasure of knowing Mayor Raleigh McCoy. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Indiana University of Pennsylvania. The university's Safety, Health, and Environmental Applied Science program recently received a national recognition. Universities.com ranked the program 3rd in the nation, giving IUP's top marks in career preparation, students and culture, facilities, activities, and groups. More than 8,000 colleges and universities were considered in this ranking process. Believed to be one of the first programs of its kind in the nation, IUP's Safety, Health, and Environmental Applied Sciences program trains safety professionals in industry, government, and institutional settings. According to the department's chairwoman, Tracy Sakata, the program prepares students for work in a wide range of areas, including manufacturing, oil and gas, insurance, healthcare, construction, distribution, government, transportation, and the service industry. Now, I'm proud to have such a stellar academic institution in my district like Indiana University of Pennsylvania, and this top-notch program comes as no surprise. Congratulations, IUP, for this well-deserved recognition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on March 9, 2021 at 9:49 a.m. that the Senate passed with an amendment, H.R. 1319, signed sincerely, Robert F. Reeves, Deputy Clerk.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 188, I call up the bill H.R. 842, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2021, and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 842, a bill to amend the National Labor Relations Act, the Labor Management Relations Act 1947, and the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 188, the amendment printed in Part A of House Report 117-10 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended is debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 842, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2021.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 842, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2021, or the PRO Act. The American economy needs a strong middle class. Labor unions play an essential role in rebuilding our middle class and improving the lives of workers and their families. There is clear evidence that workers who organize a union have higher wages, better benefits, and safer workplaces. Regrettably, union membership has dropped over the last 50 years from nearly a third of all workers in the mid-20th century to just over 10% of workers today. The decline in unions and workers' bargaining power are a major reason why income inequality has soared and wages have stagnated for hardworking people. But this decline in union membership is not a product of workers' choices. A recent survey by MIT found that nearly half of non-union workers say that they would vote to join a union if given the opportunity. The gap between worker preferences and union membership is a result of an 85-year-old labor law that lacks the teeth to enforce workers' rights when employers unlawfully retaliate against them for organizing. The National Labor Relations Act, the NLRA, is far too weak to defend workers against intensifying anti-union attacks from special interests. That's why we must pass the PRO Act. The legislation strengthens workers' rights by making significant upgrades in the NLRA since it was enacted 85 years ago. First, the PRO Act provides new tools to protect workers from anti-union intimidation and retaliation. It then introduces meaningful penalties for companies that violate workers' rights and closes loopholes they use to exploit workers. Finally, the PRO Act strengthens safeguards to ensure that workers can hold free, fair, and safe union elections. Mr. Speaker, it's time for Congress to stand up for workers and ensure that they can exercise their right to join together and negotiate for higher wages, better benefits, and a safe workplace. And I urge my colleagues to support the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the radical, partisan, and utterly shameful PRO Act. This unnecessary bill is an assault on American workers, employers, and the economy. Democrats are pushing this sweeping legislation without holding a single committee hearing or markup. Is this the new standard for the People's House? Silence the minority and their constituents by denying a thorough examination of yet another extreme and damaging Democrat legislative scheme. It is disgraceful. The Pro-Union Bosses Act that Democrats have disingenuously titled the PRO Act is a left-wing wish list of union boss priorities which undermines the rights of workers by forcing them to pay into a union system, whether or not they want to be represented by a union. Many workers would not choose to funnel billions of their hard-earned dollars to left-wing groups like Planned Parenthood, the Clinton Foundation, and the Progressive Democrats of America. This misguided bill also stunts economic recovery by hitting employers over the head with an estimated $47 billion in new annual cost. But it's not just employers who will pay the price. This bill will reclassify gig economy workers as employees, costing tens of thousands of workers their jobs and eliminating the flexibility so many rely on to care for their family members, a priority even more critical during the COVID-19 pandemic. The appalling list of bad policy provisions in this bill goes on, and we will hear more about them during this debate. But the bottom line is this: the PRO Act is a sorry excuse for legislation, and the partisan process under which it is being considered is equally embarrassing. I urge all members to reject the PRO Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a member of the subcommittee, the chair of the Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Human Services, the gentlelady from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the urgent need for workers to have the right to negotiate for better wages, stronger benefits, and safer working conditions. To keep our communities going, nurses, grocery store workers, firefighters, childcare workers, educators, healthcare workers, and more have been showing up to work every day despite the risks. We have the opportunity to honor their work and to help restore fairness to our economy by making it easier for workers to form unions and collectively bargain. The PRO Act will establish substantive and enforceable penalties for unlawful tactics employers take to interfere with workers organizing a union. The legislation closes loopholes in labor law that allow workers to be misclassified, provides them with protections of the National Labor Relations Act, bans captive audience meetings, and prohibits employers from interfering in union elections. It's the most significant workers' rights legislation in years and an important step in restoring the middle class. And Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Blue-Green Alliance in support of the PRO Act.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge my colleagues to stand with workers and support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Democrat colleagues have apparently decided committee work doesn't matter for the 117th Congress, because they've once again brought legislation to the House floor without the first holding a single committee hearing or markup. As a Republican leader of the Education and Labor Help Subcommittee, I would have welcomed the opportunity to debate and amend this flawed legislation in committee. H.R. 842, also known as the PRO Act, is a radical proposal aimed at appeasing big union bosses who fund the far left political agenda. From 2010 to 2018, unions spent more than $1.6 billion in member dues to hundreds of left-wing groups like Planned Parenthood, the Clinton Foundation, and the Progressive Democrats of America, instead of spending that money on worker representation. That's right. Union leaders are lining their pockets and their friends' pockets with the dues workers were forced to pay. No worker should be forced to participate in union activity or pay for representation they do not agree with. That is un-American. But the Pro-Union Bosses Act would overturn right-to-work laws in 27 states, including my home state of Georgia. That would be devastating for Georgia's pro-COVID economy. That's why I will offer an amendment protecting the right to work laws. In fact, I introduced a total of 5 amendments to this bill that would put workers first, but unfortunately Democrats only allowed one to be considered on the House floor for debate, even though last Congress they allowed more than one to be voted on this House floor. But the American people deserve to know the other amendments that the Democrats blocked. First, protecting employees' right to seek secret ballot elections, an amendment requiring all unions to win a secret ballot election in order to be certified, because no worker should face retribution because of how they cast their ballot. Codifying a sensible joint employer standard, an amendment that strikes the section of the bill which defines joint employment using the indirect control and replaces the provision with direct and immediate control. This protects franchises and treats them as any other small business owner. Employee privacy protection, an amendment requiring employers to receive express consent from employees before sharing their personal information with a union, because the bill currently doesn't require that consent. Worker retirement protection. This amends the bill to state that mandatory arbitration agreements cannot force the members of a bargaining unit into a multi-employer pension plan. All of my amendments would bring much needed accountability and transparency. And I'm disappointed a majority of them were not even allowed to be offered on this House floor. Furthermore, the PRO Act would further disrupt our economy, which is in desperate need of full reopening. Today, I stand with small business owners in our workforce, and I oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during the last Congress, we held 3 hearings and considered 35 amendments, so I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor and the co-chair of the new Labor Caucus, the gentleman from Wisconsin, for 2 minutes. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Today I rise in strong support of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. As a small business owner and union member of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades for 30 years, I know how important it is that every worker has a union. Giving workers a voice in their workplace and negotiating for good family-supporting wages and benefits and worker safety is crucial to a family's ability to thrive. Democrats will deliver on this important legislation today. But it's interesting, Republicans lately have been trying to falsely rebrand themselves as the party of working people while opposing the strongest bill in Congress to give power to workers. The same Republicans that fought tooth and nail to reduce stimulus checks and unemployment insurance, championed union busting, and prevented an increase in the minimum wage from being included in the COVID relief claim they are the party of working people. Their idea of helping working people is voting for a $2 trillion tax cut for corporate donors and billionaire friends, but refusing to vote for $1.9 trillion investment in the American people. And their tax break for the top 1%, by the way, even included a provision that might make it easier to send jobs overseas. Yep, that's fighting for the average worker in China. Please, if you are the party of working people, then I'm a stunt double doppelganger for Brad Pitt. I hope you enjoyed me in the Fight Club. Today, on this side of the aisle, we will proudly stand up to protect the right to organize for every worker. We'll stand up for better worker protections in a pandemic. We'll stand up for negotiating for better pay and benefits to support your family. We'll stand up against anti-worker so-called right-to-work laws that inevitably mean right to work for less. We'll stand up for gig workers, for nurses, for grocery workers, for meat packers, for fast food workers, for public workers, and yes, for Amazon workers in Bessemer, Alabama. That's what the party of working people would do, and that's why we're going to pass the Protecting the Right to Organize Act this week. I ask unanimous consent to enter 2 pieces of correspondence from the International Brotherhood of Teamsters and the Transport Workers Union of America into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is necessary for me to voice my opposition to the PRO Act, short-sighted legislation that is a bad deal for America's workers and America's employers. The greatest thing that I learned working in a factory is that workers care about employers and employers care about and value the hardworking people who come to work and get the job done every day. The PRO Act needlessly inserts government, what I call the middleman, into the workplace, driving a wedge between the employee-employer relationship. This bill would infringe on workers' rights and handcuff employers, making it harder for people to make decisions that positively impact their workforce. Our team has met with employers and workers across central and northeastern Pennsylvania, and the message is crystal clear. Say no to the PRO Act. Let's not pretend the government knows or cares about workers more than the businesses that employ them. And let's not add more mandates where they don't belong. Instead, it's time for the government to step back and for business to continue what they do best: innovate, produce, provide opportunities for the American people. If my colleagues supporting the PRO Act really care about America's employers, workers, and boosting our economic recovery, then I urge them to oppose the special interest giveaway. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Virginia reserves. North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor and the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the PRO Act. I'm very proud to be a lead sponsor of this transformative bill and to represent one of the most unionized states in the country, where I've spent 2 decades organizing alongside unions for decent wages, benefits, and workers' rights. Unions helped build America's middle class. But over the years, large corporations have deployed union-busting tactics to rob workers of their fundamental workplace rights. That changes today. The PRO Act will undo decades of Republican anti-worker policies. It puts power back into the hands of workers and secures the right to organize and bargain for good wages, fair benefits, and an equal voice on the job. The PRO Act is about democracy in the workplace. It's about standing with the heroic workers carrying America through the pandemic. It is past time to pass the PRO Act. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 letters of support from the Service Employees International Union and the Communications Workers of America.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute To the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the PRO Act. The efforts by House Democrats to kill flexible work options in America do not consider the harmful effects this bill will have on mothers. This bill would force workers out of their individual labor agreements and into one-size-fits-all union contracts. I have 7 children, and balancing work and family is an issue that I truly care about. For many mothers, flexible work opportunities are their lifeline. Federal law should not discourage mothers from working in positions that fit their unique schedules and needs. When given flexible opportunities, mothers are able to advance their careers while balancing competing priorities of childcare, education, caring for sick or aging family members, and so much more. The only thing that this bill is pro big labor. The PRO Act is a massive expansion of union bosses' power at the expense of workers' and employers' freedoms. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize for 1 minute the distinguished Majority Leader of the United States House of Representatives, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I got here just a little before I was going to speak, and I heard the gentlelady from Illinois speak, and she talked about flexible work hours. And I thought to myself, who decides what's flexible? Historically, of course, working men and women were told, you'll do this for that much at this time under these conditions. That was the reality. Sweatshops, health endangering shops, long hours, little pay. And then the labor unions came along and they got some strength and they got some support. And lo and behold, the middle class started to grow and start to make good wages, safe working conditions, and yes, flexible hours. Mr. Speaker, as we work to create jobs and build our economy back better, we need to make sure that the jobs that are available to Americans help them get by and get ahead. That's what the minimum wage battle is about. That's what this is about. Average working people wanting to get by, wanting to have a decent salary, wanting to have decent working conditions. Very frankly, that just didn't happen. Mr. Speaker, some people died to make that a reality. Others were beaten and battered in order to have that be a reality. Child labor, abuse of gender, women abused on the workplace, working in terrible, odious conditions. That's why Democrats passed the PRO Act last year, and that's why we'll do so again today. One of the most important tools for workers to secure better pay and benefits is the right to organize and bargain collectively. Those of you who have been employers know that you want to maximize profits and you want to try to manage and see whether you can hire people for X amount of dollars rather than X plus Y. That right was secured over the course of generations by workers who fought to have the right recognized and secured. Collective bargaining made possible the prosperity and upward mobility that was the hallmark of America in the 20th century. Strong unions lead to better pay, higher quality, and more affordable health care. more secure retirement benefits, and workplaces that are safer, not just for union members, but for all workers. Unfortunately, in the 21st century, Mr. Speaker, the right to organize has been eroded and weakened. As a result, many workers are stuck with no recourse to demand the better pay and benefits they deserve and they need, and their families need, and we need as a middle-class society that knows that we are a consumer economy. Henry Ford knew if you didn't pay them, they couldn't buy your cars. Pretty simple equation. The PRO Act would change that, empowering workers once again through their right to organize. It prevents management from misclassifying workers, and I urge any of you to think whether or not that happens. This gig economy sounds great until you get to be 65 or 67, and you look around and there's nobody behind you. There's nobody to lift you up. There's nobody to say thank you for that 30 years or 40 years or 50 years of service to our company or to our economy. It prevents management from misclassifying workers in order to avoid negotiating the fair pay and safe working conditions they deserve. No, they're just contract employees. They don't have any real attachment or relationship with our company. They're just contract, and we can use them one day and throw them away the next. Moreover, the PRO Act levels the playing field for labor unions in contract negotiations. Maybe you don't believe in that, Mr. Speaker. Not you personally, but maybe there are people who don't believe that there ought to be equal. After all, I started the business, I invested money, I agree with that. I want to see them make money. I'm a pro-capitalist Democrat. I want you to know that, a pro-capitalist American. I've been around the world and I've seen non-capitalist societies. They don't work very well. But the capitalist society works better if everybody is lifted, not just some. I want to thank Chairman Scott of the Education and Labor Committee for his hard work on this bill, as well as the members of his committee. I am proud that we Democrats strongly support this bill, which is so central to our effort to make opportunities more accessible and more broadly available to American workers as we look to rebuild our economy stronger after COVID-19. The leader of the party on the other side of the aisle has said in his speech that he gave at the beginning of this session, we're the workers' party. We will see, Mr. Speaker, when we vote on this bill, whether that statement was accurate. The workers are not against this bill. As I said last year when we passed this bill, the PRO Act is the workers' rights legislation that working people in our country need and for which they have been waiting for far too long. That's why we need to pass this bill today and send it to the Senate. So I urge, Mr. Speaker, a yes vote for our workers, for our families, for our children, and for our effort to build back better and stronger from the challenges we now face. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democrats continue to look backwards, 100 years backwards. Just before COVID hit, we had the greatest economy in our country ever. Lowest unemployment for women, minorities, everyone, without the PRO Act. No pro-capitalists can support this bill. This is part of a socialist agenda. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 842, the Pro-Union Bosses Act. Here we are once again. This is becoming all too familiar here in Congress, an exercise for Democrats to steamroll these massive bills through the House without proper debate or transparency. Our committee didn't even have a hearing or a markup on this. Frankly, the bill is disastrous. Bills like this only further suppress workers' rights, create a one-size-fits-all type of union contract, and creates incentive for disruptive and dangerous union strikes, especially in health care. One particular bothersome practice is this legislation would require employers to hand over workers' private personal information to union organizers. Home addresses, cell phone numbers, email addresses without their employees' consent. These are private violations not to be tolerated in this country. I know leadership doesn't want you guys to do this, but we want to work with you. I urge both of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no on this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter of support for the bill from the AFL-CIO.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I wish I had time to rebut many arguments like one we just heard, the requirement that the employer share lists of the employees during a union election is decades and decades old. It hasn't changed. But in any event, I'm here to support the PRO Act with all of my heart. For decades, we've witnessed the loss of worker rights, the decline of private sector union membership, and the erosion of the American middle class. For 86 years, Congress has failed to pass any meaningful private sector labor law reform to reverse these devastating trends. The decline of union membership has resulted in an unequal economy where workers no longer receive a fair share of the profits they produce. But we can change that starting today. The PRO Act protects workers' rights to unite and negotiate for higher pay, better benefits, and safer working conditions. By passing the PRO Act, we empower workers to fight for the fruits of their labor and build an economy that works for all Americans. I urge all of my colleagues to stand up for the working people of this nation and vote for the PRO Act. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 842. This bill would be the most drastic change to labor law this country has seen in the past 80 years. It would severely upend labor laws and change law-established precedents at the behest of Democrats and their big labor donors and at the expense of hardworking Americans. This bill would take away the flexibility of workers to choose their own work hours, place onerous burdens on small business, restrict the ability of employers to seek labor relations advice, and violate workers' privacy by giving labor organizations access to their contact information without consent. This bill would also undermine the ability of states to choose their own labor laws by striking down the right-to-work laws of 27 states. As a member of the Wisconsin Senate, I authored the right-to-work bill that became law. I can attest firsthand to what consequences would be if these laws were struck down. Striking down state right-to-work laws would force millions of workers to pay dues to labor unions without any say about how their money was spent. I offered an amendment to this bill that would prevent union dues from being used for political purposes. It is yet to be seen whether Democrats will support
The time of the
union
gentleman has
bosses
expired.
or hardworking Americans. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, could you advise how much time is available on each side?
The gentleman from Virginia has 21 and a half minutes. The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 20 and 1/2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Mervyn.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank Chairman Scott for this time and this opportunity to speak in support of H.R. 824, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. Unions are the backbone of Northwest Indiana's economy, and we must do all we can to strengthen the ability for all workers to form unions. For too long, state and federal policies have targeted union workers and their ability to position themselves and leverage. Today, we change that. Today, we have the backs of working families. When workers can stand together and form a union, they have the ability to use their collective voice for fair wages, safe working conditions, improved health benefits, and a more secure retirement. Organized labor is essential to creating opportunities for all individuals to have a good paying career where they can take care of themselves and their families. I believe that the divide in our nation is by workers believing they will be left behind. The PRO Act will lift up workers and unite workers. I thank Chairman Scott for this time and urge all my colleagues to support the PRO Act so that we can move forward in creating an economy that works for everyone. Thank you.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves.
I ask unanimous consent to enter a letter from the International Union of Bricklayers and Allied Craft Workers.
Without objection. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the PRO Act. You see, when I came to Washington, D.C., I believed that I had one duty, one purpose, that I was elected to serve my district, my people, and to answer to nobody else except my constituents. But since arriving in Congress, I have learned that not everyone shares the same philosophy. You see, I've come to realize that in this body is oftentimes more interested in self-service than in public service, that corporate donors come before constituents, and that a union boss is more important than an American worker. The right to work is intrinsically American as the right to vote. No man or woman should be denied the fruits of his labor simply because they refuse to toe a partisan line. Each man and woman ought to be granted the dignity and respect to decide his own destiny. This bill strips the right of self-determination away from the people and places it directly into the hands of the powerful. It is a shameful display of the very type of self-service that disgusts nearly every American outside of Washington, D.C. This vote will reveal much about who we are elected to serve. Are we, as representatives of the people, elected to serve union management or our constituents? With that, I yield back.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Omar.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in solidarity with labor unions who, throughout history, have fought the greed of their bosses and corporations in order to have a better life. I rise in solidarity with workers in Marathon Petroleum Plant in Minnesota who are striking for safer working conditions, and with the workers at the Minneapolis Institute of Art, Walker Art Center, and many more workplaces who have recently unionized in my district. I rise in solidarity with the 5,800 mostly Black workers in Alabama who are currently fighting one of the most predatory corporations in the world, Amazon, to form a union. Labor unions have been the driving force for all positive change for workers in modern history. As a former union member myself, I can attest to the power that workers wield when they exercise their right to organize. That's why we need the PRO Act and why we must pass it this week and pressure the Senate to do the same. The PRO Act puts power back where it belongs, in the hands of workers. Thank you, and I yield back. I ask for unanimous consent to submit a letter from the National Nurses Union.
Without objection. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Dr. Fox, for yielding time for me to speak today. Even though I have family members who are members of unions, I rise today to speak in opposition to H.R. 842, the PRO Act. The PRO Act is an unnecessary challenge to the rights of business owners and workers alike. The legislation would eliminate right-to-work laws, and Iowa is one of those across our country, and is yet another attempt to attack states' rights. Abolishing these laws would force workers to participate in and pay dues to unions, even if they don't wish to be represented or support a union's political philosophy. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle cared about workers' rights, why did this administration cancel the Keystone Pipeline and open our borders to a crisis? Additionally, this bill would strike down other worker protections, including their ability to hold secret ballot elections and to be heard by the National Labor Relations Board, and create burdensome guidelines for determining joint employment and independent contractor status. We need to do more to support our workers and businesses and do it in a bipartisan fashion. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Fox, I urge all my colleagues to oppose the Pro-Union Boss Act, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a member of the Committee on Education and Labor and Chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The distinguished gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Over the years, Republicans and wealthy corporate interests have chipped away at labor rights, stripping workers of their power and worsening economic inequality in the process. Since March of 2020, as the pandemic has ravaged our communities, billionaires' wealth has grown by $1.3 trillion. Meanwhile, millions of Americans are still unemployed, and working families are struggling to pay for food, rent, medical bills, and other basic necessities. It is time to put an end to anti-union activities. They are illegal power grabs by anti-labor special interests that put profits over the needs of working people. On our path to economic recovery, unions will offer us a way to build back our middle class stronger than ever before. So let's pass this bill to give more power to American workers, to reduce economic inequality, and to support working families. And before I yield back, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the letter from the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights in support of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2021.
Without objection, the gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Tennessee, Ms. Harshbarger.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Dr. Fox. I rise today in opposition to the PRO Act. The bill is nothing more than a payoff to union bosses at the expense of the American workers and our businesses. This bill would abolish states' right to work laws like mine in Tennessee. This would force workers to give money to unions from their hard-earned paychecks, even if they don't want union representation. And where do these union contributions end up? Well, let me tell you, with left-wing political activist groups. $1.6 billion, and that's billion with a B, in union member dues went to these groups between 2010 and 2018 alone. Last week, the Democrats passed a bill to direct tax dollars to political campaigns, and if that wasn't enough, now they're trying to force more workers to pay union dues, so union bosses have more cash to funnel as political donations to left-wing groups. So let me ask you, America, should members of Congress be able to tell others how to do their job and who can employ you? I think not. This bill is just another progressive power grab, and American workers and businesses deserve better. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the most important pro-labor legislation in several generations, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, otherwise known as the PRO Act. For far too long, the deck has been stacked against the right to freely organize and collectively bargain. We've seen the result. Despite massive gains in productivity and economic growth, working and middle-class American workers' purchasing power and real wages have barely moved from where they were 40 years ago. Meanwhile, the gains that were created by those workers have flowed overwhelmingly to the super wealthy at the very top. Let's level the playing field and give America's workers a seat at the table. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the PRO Act, and I urge the Senate to pass it and get it to the President's desk for signature. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute for the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
I'll make 4 points on this bill. First of all, under this bill, you can have a vote on unionization within under 15, I'm told even 11 days. of finding out the vote is coming. You look at our elections, I know in the state of Wisconsin, probably similar, you get over 2.5 months between filing and knowing you're going to have an election and actually the election. It's hard to believe anybody who really cares about the work would do that. Secondly, your privacy concerns. You're giving even the addresses of all the employees to the unions. This is supposedly the party of women. Do you really want to come home at night and have people in your driveway wanting to talk to you about an election? Third, we're getting rid of the secret ballot. I don't know how anybody who cares about anybody would get rid of the secret ballot. And fourth, you have a situation here in whether it's unclear whether something right or wrong happened, automatically you go to a union. So you can have a situation here in which the majority of people did not vote for a union, and a government bureaucrat says, automatically, you're unionized. And one final comment, for people talking about purchasing power, the most recent COVID bill is a strange bill to
The
push. 'Cause
gentleman's time has expired.
your purchasing power is going down. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espillat.
Thank you,
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter by the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, the PRO Act puts workers first. During the COVID-19 pandemic, almost all the critical sectors of our economy that have remained open and functioning have relied on union labor and union workers. They are our frontline workers. We depend on frontline workers in our hospitals, in our transit systems, in our classrooms, our schools, in our essential businesses like supermarkets and corner stores. Frontline workers are indeed essential workers. Every time you go to any of my neighborhoods in Harlem, East Harlem, Hamilton Heights, Washington Heights, Inwood, and the Northwest Bronx, you find these essential workers 24/7 working to support their families and our community. The PRO Act puts workers first with the respect and protections and security that they deserve. I urge my colleagues to support the PRO Act. No more lip service, no more empty promises. Let's vote for the PRO Act today. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in opposition to H.R. 842. Like many other bills this Congress, the majority has rushed this bill to the floor with no deliberation in committee. To be clear, I have never opposed union right to organize. In fact, I have worked with them on some valid issues. However, this bill, among its many concerning provisions, denies states' rights. As a former state senator, I believe it's unconstitutional to deny my state of Indiana and our constituents the ability to decide for themselves whether to join a union. In short, the PRO Act is anti-business, anti-worker, and anti-free enterprise socialist agenda. I urge my colleagues to vote against this radical bill, and I yield back.
And yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is now my honor to yield 1 minute to the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlelady, the Speaker of the House, is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, as we gather here today to pass the PRO Act, we are engaged in a great act of patriotism for our country. The middle class is the backbone of our democracy, and the middle class in America has a union label on it. So as we move to strengthen collective bargaining and the rest, we are strengthening our middle class and our democracy. And for that reason, I rise with great pride as the House takes up this historic patriotic step forward for our workers and for justice and fairness in America. I thank Chair Bobby Scott, Chair of the Education and Labor Committee, for his leadership in the PRO Act, among other things, and his lifelong dedication to fighting for working families. That is what unifies us as Democrats. With all of our differences, our unity springs from our commitment to making progress for America's working families. The progress is possible because just over 4 months ago, Americans went to the polls and elected President Biden, a champion of workers whose commitment to families' health and financial security is in his DNA. As they elected Democratic majorities in the Congress who know what unions are, again, the backbone of our nation, and as I've said for many years, the middle class has a union label on it. Bears repeating. Now, House Democrats are honoring that truth by tomorrow passing the American Rescue Plan, which honors our heroes, healthcare workers, first responders, transportation, sanitation, food workers, and our teachers, many of them members of unions. Today, passing the crown jewel of our pro-worker agenda, the PRO Act. And again, in the American Rescue Plan, we have a very significant provision for pensions. The PRO Act restores and strengthens the powers of unions to fight for better wages and working conditions, which is both a moral and economic imperative for building back better, building back our economy better. Unions pave the way for bigger paychecks for all. Over the last 80 years, consistently providing workers with 10 to 20% higher wages, benefits so strong that even non-union workers receive better wages. Unions deliver greater access to affordable health care and a secure retirement. Workers represented by a union are significantly more likely to have access to health insurance through work and 5 times as likely to have a defined benefit pension. And that, with Mr. Scott's leadership, is a significant part of the rescue plan, which we will pass either later today, depending on how long it takes in rules, or tomorrow morning at the latest. And vitally, unions are a force for justice. Union members of color have almost 5 times the median wealth of their non-union counterparts, and unions are one of the most effective tools for closing the gender pay gap. That is something I'm so proud of and so grateful to organized labor for, because they have done more to close the gender pay gap than any organization you can name, except possibly pretty soon this Congress may vote to have equal pay for equal work. That's something we have passed in the House. Hopefully we can pass it in the Senate. Yet today, unions face a brutal and existential assault, waged from courthouses, state houses, and even this House. From the disastrous Supreme Court ruling in Janus, which trampled over the freedoms of more than 17 million public workers, to so-called right-to-work laws, which give employers the right to gut unions, to the GOP tax scam, giving 83% of the benefits to corporations and the wealthy, and raising taxes so that 80 million middle-class families. Let me just say that GOP tax scam, which gives, listen, it cost about $1.9 trillion. I'll talk about this later, but I want to mention it here every chance I get. Their tax scam cost about $1.9 trillion. Exactly what this bill invests in. And this bill takes half the kids in America who are poor out of poverty, 1/3 of people in poverty out of poverty, invests in working class families, puts vaccines in people's arms, again, children back in school safely, money in people's pockets, and again, people back to work. It is something that will grow the economy, as opposed to their tax scam, which just heaped mountains of debt onto future generations. They didn't complain when it cost $1.9 trillion to give a tax break to the rich. They're just complaining when we're trying to lift the American people up in the time of a pandemic, as well as the economic crisis that accompanies it. At the same time of all of this, workers seeking to organize a union face a surge of intimidation and retaliation from the employers and special interests. In fact, employers are charged with violating federal law in the majority of all union election campaigns involving more than 60 employees. In 1 out of 5 union election campaigns, employers are charged with illegally firing a worker participating in a union activity. Year in and year out, big corporate employers get away with their crimes, no accountability, no consequence, just full impunity. We must strengthen the power of unions to negotiate for what they need and deserve, which is and why today we're passing the PRO Act, because what they need and deserve is what America's workers need and deserve. The most comprehensive, consequential pro-worker legislation in over 80 years, the PRO Act, empowers workers to exercise their basic right to organize, including by giving workers the power to override right-to-work laws and streamlining access to justice for workers who are retaliated against. It holds employers accountable, reversing an unacceptable status quo in which there are no monetary penalties for companies that violate workers' rights, no matter how repeated or egregious the violation. And it strengthens workers' access to fair and free union elections, fixing a process that is fundamentally rigged against workers so that they, not employers, can decide for themselves whether to join a union. This legislation will make a tremendous difference in workers' lives, help combat the acceleration of economic inequality that undermines the middle class, which has only grown worse over the past year. And this past year, the rich have gotten so much richer. I'll tell you how much. During the first 4 months of the pandemic, while workers suffered record high unemployment, Mr. Speaker, American billionaires' wealth grew by $931 billion. Extraction of money to the top. The PRO Act is part of the Democrats' mission not only to recover from this time of crisis, but to build back better, advancing an economy that works for every American in every zip code. As the FL, representing over 12 million workers, writes, quote, in the midst of a global pandemic which has killed tens of thousands of frontline workers, it is more important than ever that working people have the right to rely on the protection of a union contract. The PRO Act will level the playing field to give workers a fair shot when fighting for improvements on the job. The PRO Act is the first step to restoring our middle class. End of quote. As we pass the PRO Act, Democrats will continue our work to pass a we'll continue our work to pass a $15 minimum wage, secure paycheck fairness for women, that's coming up in a couple of weeks, protect pensions tomorrow, and lower health care costs and increase paychecks for all. I have a sweater that one of my friends gave me, Missy, and it says, we don't agonize, we organize. So I want to also embroider on there, we don't agonize, we organize, we unionize, because that is the way that we are going to level the playing field for America's workers. For America's workers and middle class, and for the financial security of all Americans, I urge a strong bipartisan vote on the PRO Act. Thank the gentleman again, our distinguished chair, Mr. Scott, for his leadership, and yield back the balance of my time.
The distinguished gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that hyperbole is the strong suit of Democrats, but how anyone can say that giving freedom to workers to join or not join a union is trampling the rights of workers takes hyperbole to new heights. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to voice my strong opposition to this bill, which would cripple American entrepreneurs and workers, just the opposite of what we should be doing to stimulate an economy. Workers already have the right to organize under federal law, as they should, but the PRO Act takes the extreme step of forcing unionization onto workers who do not wish to be a part of a union. And just like the recent $2 trillion spending spree, Democrats are ramming this partisan bill through with no Republican input. We didn't even have a committee hearing to examine its harmful effects, including an estimated $47 billion on job creators. And unfortunately, one of my common sense amendments to preserve a long-standing ban on secondary boycotts was blocked by the Democrat majority. Democrats would be wise to heed President Biden's message of unity and work with Republicans to help our economy. Instead, they are back this week with more partisan bills designed to appease left-wing special interest groups. American
The time of
workers
the gentleman
deserve
has
better.
expired. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the Vice Chair of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We live in a country where CEOs can make as much as 320 times what their workers make. We live in a country where 1%, the top 1% economically controls more wealth than the bottom 90% of our country. We live in a country where 3 individuals own more wealth than the bottom 50% of our nation. In a democracy with a constitution such as ours, this economic inequality cannot stand. The PRO Act seeks to empower workers, workers who build this country with their blood, sweat, and tears, who work overtime and extra time and weekends and do not take a vacation so that our economy can thrive. The PRO Act gives workers the opportunity to unionize and organize without being oppressed within a plantation capitalist system. I rise to ask bipartisan support of this important legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, could I inquire as to how much time is left on each side?
The gentlewoman has 14 minutes remaining, and the gentleman from Virginia has 14.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 842, the so-called PRO Act. This bill undermines worker privacy, forces independent contractors to become employees, and overturns right-to-work laws in 27 states, including my home state of Idaho. The bill obstructs workers from getting rid of corrupt unions by blocking or delaying elections from taking place due to frivolous lawsuits. Now, I have an amendment. It's unlikely to see the light of day, so I'll mention it here. It protects the workers' right to vote. Under my amendment, if an unfair labor practice charge is made, the election still takes place, with ballots secured by the National Labor Relations Board until the charge is resolved. Now, make no mistake, H.R. 842 would still be a bad bill, but at least my amendment would ensure union elections take place as scheduled, prioritizing worker rights over the unionization process. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman's amendment was made in order, and so we will be considering it. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from North Carolina, the chair of the Workforce Protection Subcommittee, Ms. Adams.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman, our distinguished chair, for yielding to me. I rise today in support of H.R. 842, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. Workers, especially people of color, built this country, and they have kept it afloat. And never has that truth been more evident than now as we grapple with the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite their essential roles in our society, though we've seen workers' rights systematically suppressed for decades, including their fundamental right to band together, to organize, and to advocate for fair treatment, for fair pay and benefits, for safe and healthy work environments, and for the respect and dignity they're due as working people, let alone the backbone of our economy. But, Mr. Chair, colleagues, let's be clear. This is not just about fairness. It's about justice, economic justice. Workers, especially women, people of color, have driven economic growth in this country, but have seen the fruit of their labor concentrating and accumulating in the hands of the wealthiest. In other words, their work, their sacrifice has not trickled down. Enough is enough. Workers deserve their share. They deserve justice. I strongly support this bill, and I'd like to enter into the record a letter from the Laborers International Union of North America.
Without objection, the gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The
yield
gentleman
back.
from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Steele.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today against the PRO Act. The PRO Act strips people of their right to work and comes at a time when our economy has been transformed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now more than ever, people need more flexibility and independence to work in the capacity they see fit, not less. Independent contractors, entrepreneurs, and small businesses in my home state of California already understand the devastating effects AB 5 had on their ability to provide for their families. Even in California, they realized there needed to be exceptions for certain industries. The PRO Act makes no such exceptions. Blanket approach that proved to be a disaster in California is certainly guaranteed to cause more harm to workers at the national level. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this misguided legislation and preserve our constituents' rights to work. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the PRO Act, which protects a worker's right to join a union. This is not just an issue of economic justice, as we seek to restore power to the people, as we experience an era of entrenched corporate power, and as members of this very body dare to debate the need for a $15 minimum wage. This is also an issue of racial justice. History shows that unions help to reduce the racial wage gap by empowering Black and brown workers to fight for better pay and better working conditions. But due to Republican policies, much of that progress has been lost. Today, we're seeing the increasing exploitation of workers of color. Anti-union policies have hurt Black and brown workers the most, and today, people of color are the most likely to be exploited by greedy corporations. We cannot achieve racial justice without economic justice, and we can't achieve economic justice without protecting all of our workers and their right to organize. I strongly support this pro-worker bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady. I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 842, the Pro-Union Bosses Act. First off, Americans have the right to organize and join a union if they choose to do so. And the United States law has protected this freedom for over 80 years. My father was a machinist and union organizer for part of his career. And I worked for a time at U.S. Steel Southworks on the south side of Chicago, a union steelworker. Unions have and can still play a valuable role in our nation's workforce. However, any reforms we make to our labor laws should put workers first. Unfortunately, the radical partisan legislation we are considering today grants unprecedented power to union leaders at the expense of workers. We've seen what can happen when union leaders abuse the trust of their rank-and-file members. Most recently, a federal investigation into the United Auto Workers revealed an extensive and long-lasting effort by 2 former UAW presidents and their subordinates to embezzle over $1.5 million in UAW money for their personal benefit. Sadly, the sweeping proposals of this bill will only increase the likelihood of abuse similar. Mr. Speaker, the hardworking families we represent deserve better than the legislation before us. Let's elevate and protect the rights of workers with a union that serves them instead of tipping the scales against them in favor of special interests and union leaders who serve themselves. I urge opposition to H.R. 842, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, reference was made to union officials at the UAW. They were caught and prosecuted under present law. The Trump administration that prosecuted them did not make any recommendations for changes in the law, and so therefore I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I stand in favor of the PRO Act, and what a perfect acronym it is, because this bill is indeed pro-worker, pro-capitalism, pro-economic recovery, pro-family, pro-women, just pro-American. I'm proud to represent a state with a large union presence, a large organized labor presence that has over 161 union members, just as I'm proud to vote for this bill. We've seen firsthand how unions enable workers to have better pay, better benefits, better working conditions. Unions also help address the gender wage gap and promote diversity. Indeed, they are the tide that lifts all ships. Yet across the country, the right to unionize has come under assault. In face of these attacks, the PRO Act is the strongest upgrade to workers' collective bargaining rights in nearly a century. It will empower workers to exercise their rights and hold employers accountable when they try to stand in the way. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to add a letter from Unite Here, also in support of the PRO Act.
Without objection. The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, unions make American companies less efficient, less profitable, less competitive, and they cost American jobs. I actually worked in a unionized auto factory during college, and I saw the problems with unions firsthand. Unions protect the unproductive worker, diminish the incentive to stand out and be exceptional. They treat everyone the same based on seniority. They encourage an entitlement mentality, and they foster an attitude of resentment toward management. They've outlived their value from when they originated to correct what are now unfair and unlawful labor practices. Every employee should be inspired to progress within an organization without at some point stepping over to the dark side because they become stigmatized as a member of management. The PRO Act is an example of government, or this very Congress, employing its own union boss tactics to try to reverse the nation's downward trend in union membership. It's no coincidence that unions are among the biggest contributors to the Democrat Party, with over $200 million given last year alone. Every state should be a right-to-work state, and that's what we should encourage instead of trying to force union membership on the nation's workers.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from woman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Strahan.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the aggressive concentration of wealth in corporate boardrooms, the unending attacks on unions and their attempts to organize, and the passage of so-called right-to-work laws, which we now know are really the right-to-deprivation laws, have left America's workers begging for scraps rather than receiving the fair compensation and full benefits they deserve. My father was a proud member of the Ironworkers Union. He showed up every day and worked hard, erecting buildings and bridges across New England. And while he was at work, he knew that his union was fighting to defend him and his brothers and sisters and their families by looking out for our interests at the negotiating table. It's thanks to the strong benefits and wages secured by his union that my parents were able to provide for my sisters and me. The PRO Act is about making sure that other families have that same chance. It's about restoring dignity and power to where it belongs with our workers. After all, it's our workers who kept us afloat, fed, housed, and safe this last year. For that, I urge its passage, and I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the American Federation of State, County, and Employees, State and Municipal Employees in support.
Without objection, and the gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is further proof that there is virtually no distinction between the Democrat Party and unions as a political organization. In 1 week, Mr. Speaker, the Democrats are bailing out failed union pensions with tens of billions of dollars in taxpayer monies, and now they're forcing states and workers into this failed union system. This bill is definitely pro-union, but it is anti-worker, anti-competitive, and anti-freedom. This bill forces workers into union, forces them to pay union dues. It deprives them of their right to privacy, forces workers to divulge their personal information to their union bosses. What a racket. It would wreak havoc on our workers. Talk is cheap, Mr. Speaker, and the American worker isn't buying this empty political rhetoric. They understand the best way to protect workers is through pro-growth America First policies that give our workers more freedom, more opportunity, and more of their hard-earned money in their pockets. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a co-chair of the Labor Caucus, the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the PRO Act. This bill supports workers in this country by implementing meaningful and enforceable penalties for companies that violate workers' rights. It expands accessibility to collective bargaining and closes loopholes used to exploit workers while strengthening workers' access to fair union elections. Unions are the bedrock of our nation's prosperity and success. Many of us have been impacted by their good work, health care benefits, pensions, safe working conditions, vacations and holidays, teacher-to-student ratios, nurse-to-patient ratios were all negotiated and pushed forward by unions. Too many of us take for granted benefits that we enjoy because of hard-fought battles by unions. A January 2021 Bureau of Labor Statistics report highlights that non-union workers' median weekly earnings were 84% of earnings for workers who were union members. Further research also underscores that strong unions lead to higher wages for all workers.
The time of the gentlelady has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent to put into the record a letter from the professional and technical engineers.
Without objection.
Thank
The
you.
gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. I thank my friend, the ranking member on the committee. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the PRO Act of 2021. One of its many features that would hurt employees and economic growth in Arkansas in this bill is a hostile practice banned by the National Labor Relations Act of 1959. It fully resurrects it. Yet in this unfair practice, it would be continuing in the construction industry. For example, Mr. Speaker, in 2004, the Eighth Circuit heard a hot cargo agreement case. In exchange for a no-strike pledge, a construction firm agreed to produce the work and that would be used and hire union workers. But they hired a subcontractor who, while they didn't sign the agreement, agreed to use union labor anyway. They were struck, Mr. Speaker, even though they hired union workers. This is the kind of unfair approach that does not deserve to be enshrined in this bill. As a result, the contractor received a cease and desist demand, and workers lost the opportunity to work. I tried to amend this bill to remove this hot cargo bad idea, but the amendment was rejected by House Democrats. This is an example of how this party wants to go back to 1959 and instill this for all workers across our nation. We need to oppose
The
it.
gentleman's time has expired.
Yield back.
Gentleman yield back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Today, I rise in strong support of the Protecting the Right to Organize Act. Workers sacrifice so much to keep our country going during this pandemic. They risk their safety, and many have lost their lives. But workers everywhere are also organizing to improve their working conditions and keep our communities safe. This bill simply guarantees the right to fight for safety and dignity on the job. It's for Amazon workers in my neighborhood in Chicago fighting to keep their safety and on the warehouse floor. For nurses demanding safe staffing levels in hospitals and nursing homes. For rideshare deliverers and delivery workers who don't even have the basic rights at work. I urge this body to pass the PRO Act for them and for all of us. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Fox, for yielding. I rise today in support of our nation's workers and businesses. We must find ways to work together to help our economy recover from COVID-19. However, this bill is not the answer, and it's not even close. This bill will nationalize the disastrous California policies that have forced businesses out of my state, killed jobs, and hurt workers. As we saw in California, businesses that can afford lobbyists eventually get carve-outs, while small businesses are left holding the bag. The last thing we should be doing during this time is passing legislation that will kill jobs and make our recovery even harder. From Uber and Lyft drivers to financial advisors to local artists, we should support workers' freedom, our gig economy, and create policies to promote innovation. We should learn from the failings of AB 5 in California and vote no on the PRO Act. With that, I yield back.
Yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ryan.
Consent, Mr. Speaker, to enter a letter into the record from the Machinists Union.
Without objection, and now the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, one of the earlier speakers said, this is the most dramatic change in labor law in 80 years. And I say, thank God. In the late 70s, a CEO made 35 times the worker. Today, it's 300 to 400 times the worker. And our friends on the other side running around with their hair on fire. Heaven forbid we pass something that's going to help the damn workers in the United States of America. Heaven forbid we tilt the balance that has been going in the wrong direction for 50 years. We talk about pensions, you complain. We talk about the minimum wage increase, you complain. We talk about giving them the right to organize, you complain. But if we were passing a tax cut here, you'd be all getting in line to vote yes for it. Now stop talking about Dr. Seuss and start working with us on behalf of the American workers. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman is reminded to direct his comments to the chair. The gentleman from Virginia is reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm using my inside voice. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mrs. Fox, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. During their floor speeches today, both Speaker Pelosi and Leader Hoyer claimed this bill is for the workers. If my Democratic colleagues care so much about American workers, why do they support incentivizing millions of illegal immigrants into our nation to take away jobs from American workers? Why do they support this bill that could force workers to pay union dues even if they don't want to? Why do they want to take away Arizona workers' rights under the Arizona's Right to Work Act? This bill is bad for employees, it's bad for employers, and it's bad for America. I oppose this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could you advise us how much time is left on each side?
The gentleman has 7 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from North Carolina has 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the chair of the Subcommittee on Health, Employment, Labor, and Pensions of the Education and Labor Committee, the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSaulnier.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank
2
you,
minutes, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your generosity. It's very nice to see you. Mr. Chairman, I am a proud former member of Teamsters Local 170 in Worcester, Massachusetts, and a former member of AFL-CIO Local 2 in San Francisco. From that experience, I know personally the value of being a union member. I'm also a former small business person who knows the value of having good-paying jobs in a community represented by union members to small businesses. Mr. Chairman, the wealthiest Americans continue to take home a larger and larger share of America's wealth. According to Fed data, the top 1% of Americans have a combined net worth of $34.2 trillion, which is 15 times more wealth than the bottom 50% of Americans. 1% has more wealth than 160 million Americans. This is unparalleled in our existence and must be addressed if you really care about working people. This inequality has contributed to what's called the diseases of despair by public health experts that has worsened the behavioral health crisis exponentially in this country. At the same time, union coverage today is half of what it was 40 years ago, and research shows that deunionization accounts for up to 1/3 of the inequality of which I speak. The Economic Policy Institute estimates that deunionization has led to working people losing $200 billion per year. And that money goes to make inequality greater and goes into the already exceedingly disproportionate wealth by those in the 1% and hurts all of us, including them. Strengthening access to unions and American workers being able to organize will help restore the balance of power between workers and employers, wages and capital. The research is clear that when workers collectively bargain and organize, their pay goes up. On average, a worker covered by a union contract earns 13% more than a peer in a non-unionized workplace.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I appreciate the time from the chair, and I would ask my colleagues to enthusiastically support this initiative.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves, and gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for a minute.
I thank the gentlelady, Ms. Fox. I heard the majority leader speak about something that happened in 1870 and 1880, like the Pinkertons are still running around union busting. Well, it's not 1870, it's not 1880, and it's not even the time of President Obama, but during President Obama's time, he proposed the ambush election rule, and that's in this bill. What does that mean? That means the employer must give up the addresses, the contact, the personal information, and the working schedule of everybody in their facility. And they don't get to say no. The people that work there don't get to say no. Even the Obama NLRB said that they would be submitted to harassment, coercion, or robbery. Now, I offered an amendment. The majority refused, but to close the loophole that exempts union violence, coercion, and extortion. Think about that. Union violence. Now, if they have the information of the employees, and they're prone to violence. And if you live in Philadelphia, you just go back to the helpful union guy, the helpful union guys, the thugs, and the presentment. Ladies and gentlemen, you just reject this. This is the PRO Act indeed.
Gentleman's time
protecting corrupt
has
union
expired.
bosses from their own failures. Vote no.
The gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Labor, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. The thugs, are those the friends of the folks who attacked this Capitol? Is that who you're talking about? Those are thugs. 44 years I've been a member of the IBW. My brothers went to college, I did the other thing. I went to the other four-year school, an apprenticeship. And my entire life has been about speaking for those voices, those workers who didn't have a voice. Listen to this. Employers should make a decision, and unions should make the decision. Employees make the decision whether or not they want to enter into a collective bargaining agreement. That's one of the reasons why myself and 5 others formed the Labor Caucus, because their voices are not being heard. Unlimited money, the total control of the workplace. OSHA injuries are much higher on non-union jobs than union jobs. Why? Because workers have a voice. They have better health benefits, they have better pensions, that dignity of retiring. I've spent 44 years, been involved with 30 organizing campaigns. I know what it's like to go out and get those cards signed. I know what it's like to have a fair election, and that is what we need. Fairness in America still counts, and workers have been on the wrong end of that deal for so long. So I'm asking my colleagues, do what's right for America. Pass the PRO Act. We're all in this together. I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And still I rise, and I thank the Honorable Bobby Scott for the opportunity to be heard. I will be terse. Madam Speaker, unions protect people. Unions protect people because those workers will organize and make sure that there is a safe work environment. This is important because if not but for the union, many companies would simply build into the cost of doing business the injuries that may be sustained. I'm a member of Local 1550 and proud to say it of AFSCME. I support this legislation because it will save lives, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks. Madam Speaker, I'll reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North
Madam
Carolina
Speaker,
is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks.
The gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on Education and Labor to consider an amendment to prohibit labor organizations from encouraging illegal immigrants to join their ranks. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic and onerous government restrictions, the last year has been among the toughest for working Americans in our nation's history. Congress's foremost duty today is to help the millions of hurting American workers recover their lost jobs and wages. Madam Speaker, this bill prevents us from fulfilling that duty and instead prioritizes the interest of illegal immigrants and union bosses. I'm the grandson and son of proud union members, and my brother works at the same factory in Northeast Indiana and belongs to the same union that my dad and grandfather and uncles and cousins and many others have as well. So let me tell you, it's a travesty that Democrats think that people who broke our nation's laws deserve the same labor rights as they do. This bill, as written, would lessen American citizens' union voting power and hand it to people who aren't even here legally or who are legally employed. It goes against the very purpose of unions, providing a forum where American workers can have a voice. This bill would disempower American workers by drowning out their voices to the benefit of illegal immigrants. The amendment I propose is simple. Individuals who are not eligible to work in our country should not be contacted or courted by labor leadership. If my Democratic colleagues insist on moving forward with this bill without my amendment, they wouldn't be protecting Americans' right to organize. They would be prohibiting American workers from organizing as a distinct group. The Democrat Party
The gentleman's
claims to have
time
the
has
best
expired.
interest of American workers at heart.
The gentleman
you.
is recognized.
The Democrat Party claims to have the best interest of American workers at heart, so please, prove it. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on the motion to recommit, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
And my understanding is the gentleman from Virginia is ready to close, and so am I.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is an effort by Democrats to cave to big labor and special interest groups' demands at the expense of the American workforce and the economy. Once again, Democrats are attempting to ram through radical partisan legislation. H.R. 842 is radical, backwards-looking legislation which will diminish the rights of workers and employers while harming the economy and providing a political gift to labor unions' special interests. I thank my Republican colleagues for their hard work in fighting for American workers and job creators. And I urge all my colleagues to consider the serious damage that the passage of this bill will do and urge a no vote. Again, I reiterate that just before COVID hit, we had a booming economy. Without this legislation, this will harm the economy, harm the American workers, do great injustice to well-meaning employers who risk every day to their capital and their energy to create jobs. This bill deserves a no vote, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Each of us can agree that hard work in this country should pay off, yet for too long we've allowed wealthy special interests to pad the profit margins by stripping workers of their rights. Madam Speaker, we often voice our support for workers. Today we have the opportunity to match our words with action by taking an historic step to ensure that they can stand together and negotiate for higher pay, better benefits, and safer workplaces. I want to recognize all the workers and advocates, especially my colleagues on the Committee on Education and Labor, for their leadership in this legislation. There's an extensive legislative history underpinning this bill, including 3 hearings and a markup in the 116th Congress. The views of the committee are outlined in the committee report from the last Congress. Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement of administration policy in support of the PRO Act.
Without objection.
And I urge my colleagues to support the Protecting the Right to Organize Act and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment, printed in Part B of House Report 117-10, not earlier considered as part of amendments en bloc pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 188, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, may be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time after debate for the chair of the Committee on Education and Labor or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the House Report 117-10, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Labor or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 188, I rise to offer amendments en bloc number 1.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 4, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-10, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 188, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Gentlelady from Florida. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of my amendment in the en bloc package. If it is approved, I will vote for the bill. The PRO Act aims to protect the right of workers to decide whether to form a union that can negotiate with their employer over working conditions. It proceeds from the principle that America is stronger when the middle class is stronger, and the middle class is stronger when unions are stronger. And this principle is personal to me. I grew up in Virginia, and my dad worked at a power plant, and he was in a union. He was a refugee from Vietnam. He had an incredible work ethic, but he struggled with English and relied on the union to fight for him to have a living wage and good health care. And this allowed our family to have opportunities we otherwise wouldn't have had. There are many provisions in the PRO Act I support. There are also provisions that give me pause, especially the changes made to the definitions of employee and joint employer in the National Labor Relations Act. I thank the Education and Labor Committee and Democratic leadership for working with me to craft an amendment that addresses my concerns enough for me to support the PRO Act's passage. My amendment requires GAO to prepare a report on the impact of these two changes on workers and businesses. The President is required to consider the report, and he can recommend that Congress modify one or both of these definitions. My amendment also expresses the sense of the House that Congress shall consider whether to accept, reject, or modify any recommendations received from the President. This is called evidence-based policymaking, and we should do more of it. I urge support for my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the Democrat en bloc amendments.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, once again, my Democrat colleagues are rushing a radical piece of legislation to the House floor without holding a single committee hearing or markup. Rushing sweeping, one-sided legislation to the floor without any prior debate or consideration this year silences members of the minority. This is an outright assault on the legislative process and serves only to hide the Democrat socialist agenda. There are 20 new members on the Education and Labor Committee on both sides of the aisle, not to mention the dozens of new members of the House, and their constituents deserve to have their elected representatives examine this dangerous bill. Additionally, the last time the Education and Labor Committee held a hearing on any version of the PRO Act was July 2019. Since that time, a worldwide pandemic has devastated a large sectors of the American economy. In light of this fact alone, Congress should hear from affected stakeholders before passing a radical sweeping bill. Even more concerning than the muzzle imposed by this sham legislative process on the minority party and business owners around the country is the underlying bill's silencing and disenfranchisement of workers. This far-reaching legislation is nothing more than a union boss wish list aimed at rewarding Democrats' big labor allies at the expense of American workers. Union membership in the United States has been decreasing for over 60 years and continues to plummet due to the modern economy and unions' old failings. But instead of increasing transparency and accountability to serve their members better, union leaders are demanding House Democrats pass the PRO Act to tilt the scales in their favor. Democrats are doing exactly that, no matter the cost. I'd like to remind my colleagues that federal law already protects the right of employees to organize, and Republicans respect that right. But any reforms to U.S. labor law should help workers flourish in the modern economy. Unfortunately, the extreme bill before us today helps union bosses at the expense of workers. The slate of Democrat amendments included in this en bloc amendment are ploys disguised as policy intended to provide political cover to the Democrat members who are uncomfortable voting for the job-destroying underlying bill, and in many cases, the amendments included make the bill even worse. I urge my colleagues to reject this partisan en bloc amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is
I thank the
recognized.
gentleman for his leadership. Madam Speaker, I rise enthusiastically to support the PRO Act and its protection against executives and companies who violate workers' rights, its support for collective bargaining, and also its access to fair elections with unions. And I rise to support my amendment, number 12. The Jackson Lee amendment is direct. The amendment explicitly extends whistleblower protections to employees of both employers and unions under the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act. I am grateful to the unions and to the committee for working with this very important amendment. It extends whistleblower protection to all employees of employers or of unions to encourage and empower them to come forward and make known that something is wrong. Ms. Lawson, who was in the fight for 15, worked for a fast food industry. She was sexually harassed. She needs that kind of protection. So this amendment is very strong and adds to this very strong initiative. I want to remind us that in the early 1900s, women worked in factories where they died. They simply died because there were no provisions, no protections, and they died with drastic fires and other devastating actions. So I ask support, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record from the General Accountability Project the support for the Jackson Lee Amendment reads that they think that this is a especially important initiative to be added.
Without objection.
Support. With that, I ask support of the Jackson Lee Amendment in the en bloc amendment number 1. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield 1 minute, 30 seconds to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the PRO Act and to these amendments. The PRO Act will ban right-to-work laws in 27 states. It will give unions millions more dollars to funnel to Democrats by requiring all workers to pay dues via payroll deduction, even if they don't support the union. From 2010 to 2018, unions sent $1.6 billion from employee dues to left-wing groups such as Planned Parenthood and the Clinton Foundation. The PRO Act will require companies to provide union organizers their private personal contact information of employees so they can be pressured, harassed, and intimidated into supporting the union. It will eliminate secret ballots and replace those with card check, where union bosses can simply collect authorization cards, supposedly from employees agreeing to organize. If the union doesn't win the election, it puts the burden on the employers to prove they didn't engage in unfair labor practices to influence the outcome. The PRO Act destroys the franchise model, independent contractor status, subcontractors, and gig workers by implementing a one-size-fits-all new employee classification. It repeals the ban on secondary boycotts and subjects suppliers and affiliates to union pressure, harassment, and intimidation tactics just because they do business with the company that's under attack. It prohibits the replacement of striking workers, giving unions and employees risk-free leverage, unless the company closes, and eliminates the employer's ability to serve customers and operate during a strike. It massively increases fines and other penalties for employers The PRO Act will cost
gentleman's
American
time has
businesses
expired.
$47 million annually, and I urge its rejection.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Newman.
The gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the millions of American workers whose rights have been undermined and attacked for decades in this country. I'm from a union family. Americans who have been on the front lines of this pandemic since day one, and yet they've been forced to work with lousy benefits in unsafe conditions and for insufficient pay. Too many of these workers don't have the ability to organize for stronger rights because too many don't even know their rights to organize. Many times employers deliberately don't want their workers to know their rights to organize and they hide it. Other times it's because a worker's rights are posted in a language that he or she does not speak. By passing the PRO Act, we will not only require employers to post notices informing workers of their rights to organize, but also, with the amendment I'm proposing, also ensure that these notices are posted in the languages spoken by their employees, such as Spanish, Arabic, Polish, and any language, really. When one worker doesn't know their rights, the entire workforce is weakened. I urge my colleagues to pass this amendment and the PRO Act so we can truly restore workers' rights in this country. All workers have
The
rights.
gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is
I'll
recognized.
reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Bordeaux.
Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I rise today in support of my amendment, which clarifies that the PRO Act does not expand the National Labor Relations Board's jurisdiction over the smallest of small businesses who help drive the economy in my district and across the country. The NLRB uses metrics to determine whether a company affects interstate commerce and thus is subject to its enforcement and standards with different thresholds for different types of businesses. My amendment ensures that these thresholds do not change. In other words, my amendment provides certainty to the small, family-run businesses found throughout my district because the labor standards they are subject to will not change under this bill. My amendment protects our employees while maintaining stability for small businesses who are already under so much strain. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Woman yields back. The gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I'll reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, a member of the committee, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Scott. I rise in support of this en bloc amendment, including my amendment to develop a system and procedures to conduct union elections electronically. Last week, I was in Bessemer, Alabama, supporting workers fighting to form a union at an Amazon warehouse. Amazon, the company that got us all to stay home and instead of going to a store in person, demanded an in-person election for 5,800 workers in the middle of a COVID hotspot. But the NLRB ordered a safer mail ballot election instead. Amazon circumvented that ruling and had a mailbox placed in the parking lot under a tent covered in anti-union propaganda and urged employees to vote there. This is why the PRO Act gives workers the right to choose the method of their own election so they can vote away from such coercive environments. Electronic union elections aren't new. The National Mediation Board has conducted secure electronic elections in the rail and airline industries for almost 2 decades without a single problem. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and the PRO Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized and reserves.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for a minute.
Workers in our nation deserve human dignity. That means the right to fight for safety and fairness in the workplace. As residents in my district know this all too well because we birthed the labor rights movement. One of the most important provisions in the PRO Act provides for mediation and arbitration if an employer or union cannot agree to a first collective bargaining agreement. My amendment guarantees that there will be no undue delay providing workers that agreement. Currently, almost 50% of unions fail to reach an agreement within a year with the employer. So my amendment specifies that the arbitration panel must issue a decision within 120 days. This furthers the core purpose of the bill by preventing employers from delaying this and putting the harm on workers. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves, or reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves.
Madam Speaker, I'll reserve.
Okay. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to, excuse me, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Speaker, a law is only as strong as the power to enforce it. For far too long, the NLRB has been too powerless to enforce the National Labor Relations Act. For too long, workers have been left to largely fend for themselves in the face of retaliation and intimidation and arbitration. The PRO Act would breathe new life into the National Labor Relations Act. It would empower the NLRB to impose civil penalties on and empower workers to seek punitive damages against retaliatory employers. Most important, the PRO Act would preempt the Orwellian right-to-work laws so that union organizing is given the freedom to flourish everywhere in the United States. The PRO Act requires an employer to disclose every time it seeks the services of a professional union buster. I am proud to introduce an amendment that requires DOL to make these disclosures available through an app. App-based notification would empower essential workers to be vigilant in defending their essential right to organize. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
I reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, these amendments, I yield myself the balance of the time. Madam Speaker, these amendments will provide whistleblower protection for workers who expose violations of the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act. It will require the Department of Labor to make employment arrangements and payments to union avoidance firms available and more accessible. Clarify that nothing in the bill will expand the National Labor Relations Board's jurisdictional standards. Direct the NLRB to establish a system of electronic voting and representation elections. Clarify that nothing in the bill will be construed to amend the definition of employer or employee under any provisions of state law. Direct the GAO to produce a study on the use of sectoral bargaining in peer nations. Require that workers are informed of their rights under the bill in a language that they actually speak. Direct the GAO to produce a study on the impact of the PRO Act's changes to the definitions of employee and employer. Adds a 120-day timeline for the arbitration process when workers and employers are unable to reach the first collective bargaining agreement, and confirms that the bill will not affect existing protections for worker privacy. These amendments make meaningful improvements to the bill, and I urge a yes vote on Block 1 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the party that claims to champion the working class, Democrats have certainly missed the mark with this bill. H.R. 842 will force employers to hand over workers' private, personal information to union organizers without workers having any say in the matter or making sure their information will not be shared with others. This would make it even easier for union organizers to target, harass, and intimidate workers. H.R. 842 would also overturn all state right-to-work laws. These 27 state laws allow workers to decide for themselves whether to join a union and pay dues. If the PRO Act becomes law, workers will be forced to take money from their paychecks and give it to labor unions, even if they don't want to be represented by a union. This is astonishing, since we know that from 2010 to 2018, unions spent $1.6 billion in member dues on hundreds of left-wing groups, such as Planned Parenthood, the Clinton Foundation, and the Progressive Democrats of America, without consulting their members. The PRO Act will also undermine workers' right to vote by secret ballot by imposing a biased card check scheme in which workers could be unionized without the union winning a secret ballot election. Every member of Congress is elected by secret ballot, and House Democrats elect their own caucus leadership by secret ballot. Yet they want to deprive American workers of the same protection by passing the PRO Act. The bill also deprives individuals of entrepreneurial opportunities, the ability to set their own hours, and the flexibility to care for children and family members by creating burdensome and discredited legal standards for determining joint employment and independent contractor status. The PRO Act means the elimination of the franchise industry and sharing economy as we know them. Bottom line, the underlying bill is shameful, and so is the process under which it is being considered. The Democrats' en bloc package of amendments does nothing to change that. H.R. 842 is radical, backwards-looking legislation which will diminish the rights of workers and employers while harming the economy and providing a political gift to labor union special interests. We are better than this. I urge my colleagues to vote against this en bloc package and yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 188, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker,
Gentlewoman
on that I
from
request
North
the
Carolina is
ayes and
recognized.
nays. I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 188, I rise to offer amendments en bloc number 2.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 2, consisting of amendments number 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 18, and 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-10, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 188, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Republican en bloc amendments.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Of the 58 amendments submitted by Republicans, unfortunately only 9 were made in order. And I remind my colleagues that no committee markup was held on this bill, which prevented any amendments from being considered prior to today. The Republican amendments highlight the radical and flawed approach H.R. 842 takes, which would completely unbalance American labor law in favor of unions while diminishing worker freedom. I will briefly mention several of the amendments which are included in this en bloc package. Mr. Allen's amendment strikes the provision that overturns 27 right-to-work laws, which ensure workers do not have to join or pay dues to a union if they choose not to. Mr. Comer's amendment strikes the provision that would require attorney and consultants to disclose to the federal government the agreements they have with employers, even if the attorney or consultant never has any contact with employees. Mr. Fitzgerald's amendment protects worker paychecks by requiring that unions receive express consent to spend their money on activities unrelated to collective bargaining, such as politics. Mr. Good's amendment highlights the often coercive nature of so-called neutrality agreements entered by an employer and union during an organizing drive. Representative Keller's amendment removes the provision that would allow intermittent strikes, which would be incredibly disruptive to small businesses, and the amendment also removes the provision that would prohibit employers from replacing workers permanently to keep businesses open. Representative Wahlberg's amendment would give employers a reasonable amount of time to prepare for a pre-election hearing, which is especially important for small businesses who have no HR personnel or in-house attorney. Mr. Wilson's amendment would ensure that workers across the country do not have to join or pay dues to a union if that is their choice. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we've heard a lot about complaints about the dues. What we don't hear are complaints about the higher salaries, safer workplaces, and better benefits that are accrued by virtue of investments from the unions. If they enjoy those benefits, so it is not unreasonable to expect people to pay a fair share of those costs. Now, those costs, fair share does not include the political activities, does not include the annual holiday parties, but those services that the union is obligated by law to provide, negotiating salaries, negotiating the safe workplace, individualized representation when necessary, whatever they do for union members, they have to do for non-union members. A fair share of those expenses is not unreasonable. And I would hope that we would defeat these amendments that would undermine that idea and yield back the balance and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand here today disappointed but not surprised that my Democratic colleagues and the union boss allies want my home state of Georgia to look just like New York and California. This is made abundantly clear in the PRO Act, where the bill outright bans state right-to-work laws. I can tell my colleagues one thing, not on my watch. Georgia's been a proud right-to-work state since 1947. It is one of the many reasons its workers have prospered. That is why I rise today to offer my straightforward amendment that strikes the ban on right-to-work states. No American should be forced to pay for representation in political activities that they do not agree with. And that is what will happen if we do not adopt my amendment. It's a no-brainer. Workers should be in control of their earnings and how they spend it. Americans want choice. I urge my colleagues to support worker choice and vote yes on my amendment. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Buchanan.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's interesting today listening to the debate. I didn't hear anything about workers, trying to actually help workers get a better wage or better benefits or better safety in their workplace from people on the other side of the aisle. But what I've heard over and over and over again are Planned Parenthood, the Clinton Foundation, and Progressive Democrats of America, which, by the way, Madam Speaker, don't appear anywhere inside this bill today. I guess if you can't talk about what you're going to do on behalf of workers, you're going to talk about Planned Parenthood, Clinton Foundation, and Progressive Democrats of America, which, by the way, I would argue the free time they've given them this afternoon on national TV is probably more than the donations that actually came from unions to those organizations. The bottom line is the other party here across the aisle has over and over said they want to rebrand themselves as the Workers' Party, and yet they haven't done a thing today to prove they care about workers. They've certainly proven for the bosses and the corporations that they are best buddies, BFFs forever. But on behalf of workers, it's this side of the aisle that's doing all the heavy lifting, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment protects the ability of employers to receive advice from an attorney or consultant regarding unionization without the attorney or consultant having to disclose the relationship to the federal government, when the attorney or consultant will have no contact with the employer's employees. Congress has no business forcing attorneys to report on an attorney-client relationship when the attorney will not be speaking with employees. Even the left-leaning American Bar Association opposed the Obama persuader rule, and I urge my colleagues to do the same by approving this amendment and protecting the First Amendment rights of employers. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself 1 minute.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, over 500 attorneys, including 244 members of the American Bar Association, submitted a letter in support of this persuader rule. It does not require the disclosure of legal representation, but only of persuader activities. Employers hire union avoidance persuaders to consult with them in between 71 and 87% of union elections, according to the Department of Labor in 2016. These persuaders produce anti-union literature and materials, write speeches and anti-union statements, and identify pro-union employees for discipline or reward. Employees often do not know that their employer has retained such consultants in a campaign against the union, and it's to be one of the things that they ought to have to disclose. So I hope that we would defeat this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 59 amends Section 111 and replaces the text with the National Right to Work. Section 111 takes away the freedoms of hardworking Americans and overrules state right to work laws of 27 states enthusiastically enacted by voters. American workers should not be forced to pay fees to a labor organization. American workers should not be forced to have a union represent them. American workers should not be forced to have their money go to political candidates they do not support. American workers deserve freedom, and this amendment delivers that. Right-to-work states like South Carolina have been seeing the firsthand of job creation and robust economy that develops when we expand freedom for jobs. It was crucial for South Carolina in our journey to become the leading manufacturer and exporter of tires, with Michelin, Bridgestone, Continental, and GT, while also being the largest exporter of cars in the United States, with BMW, Volvo, and Mercedes vans. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would strike the bill's provision that allows unions to collect a fair share fee for services they are legally required to provide and create in its place a national right to freeload scheme. This is a blatant attempt to undermine unions by making it harder to collect reasonable fees for the services they are required by law to perform equally for union members and non-members alike. Let us understand where so-called right-to-work laws come from. They have nothing to do with a right to a job. Their history is rooted in Jim Crow-era laws designed specifically to prevent white and black workers from organizing together in the same union. Last week, I was in Alabama supporting an overwhelmingly black group of workers in their effort to form a union. I saw how difficult this was in a so-called right-to-work state. These laws are vestiges of a racist past, and it's time we reject them. I appreciate the chairman giving me some time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. Madam Chairman, H.R. 842 codifies the one-sided Obama-era ambush election rule, which deprives employees of the necessary time to learn about the potential implications of refraining from or joining a union. My amendment ensures workers have appropriate time to learn the pros and cons of an enormously important decision affecting their careers, their families, and their livelihoods. Unions often begin organizing campaign weeks or even months before employers are made aware of this activity, creating a scenario in which workers are only hearing one side of the issue, like the other side of the chambers today are trying to get across. Additionally, H.R. 842 imposes a complex scheme of new regulations and penalties on employers of all sizes. Small businesses lacking internal human resource or legal departments would be most harmed by this ambush election. Providing appropriate time for workers to hear both sides and inform themselves does not substantially change the organizing process. It merely creates a more informed electorate. I urge
Gentleman's time
support
has
for
expired.
my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this amendment that I authored would prohibit labor organizations from using union dues and fees collected from workers for non-collective bargaining purposes without the written consent of the employee. No employee should be forced to subsidize political positions they disagree with at the cost of employment. According to the Center for Union Facts, 43% of union households voted Republican, yet 86% of the union political support went to Democratic candidates in 2016. Clearly, there is a strong difference of opinion between union bosses and union members on the best pathway forward. But union bosses continue to spend their members' money with little accountability. Workers across Wisconsin and this country pay annual union dues to labor organizations in exchange for representation, not to line the pockets of the politicians. This amendment would stop unions from sending workers' hard-earned money into a black hole and ensure that the voices of workers are being heard. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. Employees nationwide deserve to have a say in how their money is spent, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment maintains long-standing current law which protects the ability of employers to continue to do business and provide for their customers during a labor relations dispute. One of the purposes of the National Labor Relations Act is to eliminate substantial obstructions to the free flow of commerce. During the economic chaos of the 1930s, Congress passed the NLRA, which struck a careful balance by protecting workers' ability to strike while not protecting the practice of intermittent strikes that create upheaval and uncertainty. The PRO Act aims to make it impossible for employers to continue to do business in the event of a labor dispute, a death sentence for thousands of small businesses. Allowing intermittent strikes and banning permanent replacements would be devastating to our economy, our global competitiveness, and the incentive to invest in American workers. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment and to prevent dangerous disruptions to our economy. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment seeks to hinder workers' First Amendment rights to assemble peaceably to better their workplace situation. No worker wants to go on strike. No worker wants to forego a paycheck so they can walk a picket line, often in the frigid cold of winter or in the burning sun in the summer. Workers strike because they're left with no other option. The right to withhold labor is a core right supposedly protected in our labor law, and the PRO Act would restore that fundamental right because in practice it's been gutted. I actually agree with the gentleman that what we need is to restore the balance that the National Labor Relations Act sought to create when it was passed in 1935. The things we're changing aren't the National Labor Relations Act that was passed. It's not that balance. It's the ways that employees' freedom to withhold their labor has been gutted in the interim by state and federal courts and by this body. And so we need to restore workers' freedom to withhold their labor in order to improve their situation. That's all this bill does. Let's get back to that balance. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, could I inquire as to how much time is remaining?
Gentlewoman has 2.5 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Virginia has 4.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The right to organize is appropriately protected in America, the right to organize fairly, honestly, and transparently. My amendment would provide greater fairness and transparency by prohibiting so-called neutrality agreements. These prevent an employer from saying anything negative about the union and ensure that workers only hear one side, the union boss's side. Neutrality agreements often include card check in lieu of a secret ballot, permit unions access to company property for organizational efforts, and give private employee contact information to the unions. The company, which was inevitably threatened with retaliatory consequences if they didn't agree to the neutrality agreement, will often provide the unions with a captive audience on company time to present the pro-union argument. Neutrality agreements are grounded in the same leftist view that companies are trying to take advantage of their employees. Neutrality agreements should be prohibited. Employees should be permitted to hear both sides, pro and con, regarding organizing, and then permitted to make informed decisions by secret ballot. I urge my colleagues to support
Gentleman's
these
time
amendments.
is. Thank you.
Yields my
Gentleman
time.
yields back. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is truly amazing to me as a longtime union organizer. It seeks to undermine the freedom of contract, the ability of employers and unions to agree on how to handle a situation freely together. The shock of giving the employee's address and other contact information, that's required in every NLRB election, and it has been since the Excelsior underwear case many decades ago. The shock of letting the workers have access to hearing from the union on company time. The current law is that workers can force employees on company time to listen to anti-union propaganda the entire time. If you refuse to go, you could be fired. But if an organizer tries to step on the premises of the employer, they could be arrested. I have been arrested for trying to talk to workers, although it was on a public sidewalk, but the police said we were too close. Anyway, that was thrown out, as it should have been, and we were exercising our First Amendment rights. In any event, this amendment is truly astounding in a capitalist society. We need to let
Gentleman's time
parties
has
be
expired.
free, and I have urged rejection of the amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm aware that gentleman from Virginia is allowed to close, and I don't know if he is prepared to close or not.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman
Yes,
from
yes.
Virginia is recognized.
Yes, I'd yield an additional minute to the gentleman from Michigan.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you. I thank the chairman so much for his leadership. Madam Speaker, at base, what we're talking about here is whether workers in this country are free to come together and form a union. All of these amendments are designed to undermine that right. Let's get back to the basic concept of a free market for workers where they, pro-union or anti-union, can decide amongst themselves whether they want to form a union or not, and not have the person in the world who has the most power over them, their boss, who decides their wages, their hours, to pressure them, to force them to listen to things, to subject them to propaganda. The PRO Act simply creates freedom for workers to form unions at long last so that the workers who want to form a union can do so freely. With that, I yield back.
Back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my Republican colleagues for offering these thoughtful amendments which would protect the interests and rights of workers and employers alike. They negate some of the worst aspects of the PRO Act. My colleague on the other side of the aisle said that the PRO Act gives workers the right to form a union. That right has been around since the 1930s, Madam Speaker. Workers are already free to form a union, and Republicans do nothing to try to stop that freedom. What the underlying bill does, however, is take away the freedom not to belong to a union. That is a fundamental freedom in this country, and we ought not to be taking that away from the American workers. I urge a yes vote on the Republican en bloc amendments and a no vote on the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, as a group, these amendments will erode workers' rights, slow down elections, allow workers to freeload, or even prohibit employers from agreeing not to interfere with the election. I would hope that we would defeat these amendments, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 188, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia. The question is on the amendments en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Madam Speaker, on that, I request a recorded vote.
Okay. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 842 is postponed.
The House will come to order. Members who are on the floor conversing should take their conversations off of the floor. Thank you. Members who have conversations, please take them off of the floor. For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I send to the desk a privilege report from the Committee on Rules for filing under the rule.
The clerk will report the title.
House report accompanying House Resolution 198, resolution providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to the bill H.R. 1319 to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 5.
Referred to the House calendar and ordered printed. Let's see that. For what purposes the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 198 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Without objection, the clerk will report the title.
House Calendar Number 10, House Resolution 198. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to take from the Speaker's table the bill H.R. 1319 to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of Senate Concurrent Resolution 5 with the Senate amendment thereto, and to consider in the House, without intervention of any point of order, a motion offered by the Chair of the Committee on the Budget or his designee that the House concur in the Senate amendment. The Senate amendment and the motion shall be considered as read. The motion shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided among and controlled by the Chair and Ranking Minority Member of the Committee on the Budget or their respective designees, and the Chair and Ranking Minority Member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, my friend Dr. Burgess, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only, and I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, today the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 198, providing for a motion to concur with the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The rule provides 2 hours of debate on the motion, equally divided among the controlled and equally divided and controlled by the chairs and ranking minority members of the Committee on Budget and Ways and Means. Madam Speaker, a once-in-a-century pandemic brought us the need to act, and a Democratic Congress and a Democratic President have seized the moment, not as a chance to help big corporations or the already well-off, as those on the other side have done over and over again, but as an opportunity to invest in our workers, our students, and our communities, in the very people who need help the most. More than 18 million Americans are receiving unemployment benefits today. Nearly 24 million adults are going hungry. Roughly 12 million children are living in households with food insecurity. Up to 40 million people cannot afford to pay rent and fear eviction. Over 2 million women have been forced to leave the workforce. And 8 of 10 minority businesses are on the brink of closure. That is what COVID has wrought in America today. This is more than a Band-Aid. This is a lifeline, Madam Speaker. It will put more vaccines in arms, put more kids back safely in schools, put more money in people's pockets, and put more people back to work. It's hard to overstate just how important this is. This bill, Madam Speaker, attacks inequality and poverty in ways we haven't seen in a generation. This legislation makes the biggest investments in our workers and in our middle class that I have seen in my 2.5 decades of service here. Make no mistake, I'm disappointed to see the cut in unemployment insurance made over in the Senate. And we are going to keep fighting to raise the minimum wage so that no one who works full-time lives in poverty. We are going to keep focusing on the hunger crisis in this country until we end it once and for all. These should be fundamental priorities of the wealthiest nation on the planet. But let's be clear. Today, we are on the doorstep of history. We are about to send the most sweeping and progressive economic investment in modern times to the President of the United States. $1,400 in direct payments, a historic child allowance, school infrastructure, an expansion of the Affordable Care Act, student loan relief, billions in rental assistance, aid that will cut child poverty in half. And I could go on and on and on. Everything included in this final package is necessary to crush the virus and revitalize our economy. And as I've noted, I've been in Congress for more than 20 years, but this, Madam Speaker, this is among my proudest moments. I want to thank our distinguished Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, my fellow committee chairs who worked so hard on this bill. I want to thank Budget Chair Congressman Yarmouth and all of my colleagues here in the House for getting us to this point. Democrats on both sides of the Capitol, together with the Biden administration, have crafted something historic. And in one day, with a single vote in favor of this bill, we will change the lives of millions of Americans for the better. For all of our important work, day in and day out, we don't get many chances like this. And I urge all of my colleagues to join me in voting for this rule and the underlying rescue plan. Let us rise and meet this moment. And let's send this historic bill to the President's desk for his signature. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the chairman, Mr. McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such
Madam
time as he may
Speaker,
consume.
Today's rule provides for consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. First, the House considered the budget resolution setting the budget reconciliation instructions for this massive coronavirus relief bill. Then, the House considered and passed on a partisan basis the budget resolution authorizing a deficit increase of nearly $2 trillion. After an all-night vote-a-rama in the Senate, the House will consider this package yet for a third time. 3 times the House will have debated and passed a partisan package, and only 9% is dedicated to actually crushing the coronavirus. This isn't just disappointing, it's irresponsible, and it's unrepresentative of the American people. Currently, Democrats only hold the majority by 5 representatives. That means that the 211 Republicans representing nearly 150 million Americans have been shut out of this process. 150 million Americans are not represented in the package before us today. Madam Speaker, we all want to provide the resources to successfully emerge on the other side of the pandemic. This bill does include funding for testing and vaccine deployment, as well as some economic support and aid to those who are unemployed or experiencing food shortages. But this support is not targeted toward those identified as most vulnerable. This bill includes $1,400 in economic stimulus payments to anyone making $75,000 a year or less, including those who may not have lost their jobs or experienced reduced employment. In addition, there is no mechanism to ensure that these payments go only to American citizens. Republicans were pleased that the infrastructure projects in California and New York, projects that had nothing to do with coronavirus relief, well, they've been removed, and we're glad of that. My Democratic colleagues may argue that these projects would have created jobs, but why then are Democrats also providing $125 billion to schools even if they remain closed? Teachers want to teach. Teachers want to be safely in their classrooms teaching. The Centers for Disease Control has confirmed that with appropriate safety precautions, the risk of coronavirus transmission in the schools is minimal. In fact, many states are prioritizing teachers for vaccines. As you know, Madam Speaker, our state of Texas is doing so. Why are we paying schools to keep them home? This bill also provides $362 billion for state and local governments. The CARES Act, remember the CARES Act? It passed on March 27th. The CARES Act already provided $150 billion coronavirus relief fund to help local entities with lost revenue during the shutdowns. However, many local authorities have chosen to keep their economies shut down despite a drop in coronavirus cases and the effectiveness of safety measures like social distancing and mask wearing. Congress should not bail out state and local governments for mismanagement that occurred prior to the pandemic. The total revenue loss of state and local governments during the pandemic is $7.6 billion. This bill provides over $219 billion, and it's available until expended. Let me say that again. It's available until expended. That's $200 billion more than the lost revenue due to the pandemic, the crisis with which this bill is meant to fix. This bill also provides $400 million for an emergency food and shelter program, with $110 million set aside specifically for humanitarian relief to families and individuals encountered by Department of Homeland Security officials. Since his first day in office, President Biden has worked to overturn the advances achieved by the Trump administration to limit border crossings by those undocumented, which is particularly concerning given that limited coronavirus testing is occurring along our southern border. Just recently, over 100 individuals crossing without documentation tested positive for the coronavirus, but were subsequently released into the interior of the United States. We cannot allow the desires of foreign nationals to come before the needs of American citizens. We should provide testing and personal protective equipment to all encountered along our southern border so that we can protect our frontline officials and protect American communities. These are only a few of the concerning provisions included in this so-called relief package, but the most concerning piece is that Republicans' participation in this process was extremely limited by Democrats. Bipartisanship is not unprecedented. We came together to pass prior coronavirus relief bills. Literally 1 year ago, March of last year, we passed 3 bipartisan coronavirus relief packages through the House and the Senate, and we can do so again. Why now are the Democrats deciding Republicans are not worthy? We're not worthy partners and limiting the voices of our constituents? Why should only half of the Congress be allowed to participate in the making of a law that will affect the entire country? Is only half of the American population worth saving? That's the question that is being asked today. With that, I urge opposition to the rule, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article that appeared in Politico entitled "Check Partisanship at the Door. Biden Finds GOP Allies for Rescue Money."
Without objection, so ordered.
And Madam Speaker, I raise that because the only place where this bill isn't bipartisan is here in Washington. Republican mayors and Republican governors all across the country want this bill. 70% of the American people want this bill. But here in Washington, my Republican friends think they know better than their constituents. They have what we call Potomac fever, or they've gone Washington on their constituents. The bottom line is people back home need help. People back home are struggling. Businesses back home have been devastated because of this pandemic. And this is a bill. This is a bill designed to help the American people. And before I yield to the gentlelady from Connecticut, we're about to be treated to a little bit of theatrics, and I understand that they want to delay the passage of this bill and bring up an alternative. a bill that they claim is going to help our schools, but provides no new funding. What we are doing here, Madam Speaker, is we are not only providing funding to help our schools reopen safely, we are also providing money to help those who are unemployed, to help those who are hungry, to help our cities and towns that are on the verge of laying off first responders. So we are in a moment where everybody in this House needs to stand and be counted. And on this side of the aisle, and I hope some of my Republican friends will join with us, we are going to stand with the people. We are going to stand with the people. At this time, Madam Speaker, I am happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished chairwoman of the Committee on Appropriations, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 2 minutes.
After a year of battling this pandemic, our communities are on the edge, and the American Rescue Plan is here. To the American public, help is on the way. It will put money directly into people's pockets. The $1,400 per person payments, the expansion of unemployment benefits will help people deal with increasing debt, paying rent, buying food, and paying health care bills. State and local funding is necessary to prevent our state and local governments from relying on tax increases to stay afloat, to keep first responders, frontline health workers, and other providers of vital services on the job. And one of the provisions included in the American Rescue Plan that I'm particularly proud of, that I have championed for nearly 2 decades, is the expansion and the improvement of the child tax credit. In this plan, the credit increases from $2,000 to $3,000 for children 6 to 17, with an additional $600 each for children under 6. Think of that. It is a new lifeline to the middle class, and it cuts child poverty nearly in half. Franklin Roosevelt lifted seniors out of poverty, 90% of them with Social Security. And with the stroke of a pen, President Biden is going to lift millions and millions of children out of poverty in this country. As families struggle to stay in their home, feed their families, purchase necessity, this plan provides for hardworking Americans. It includes $12 billion in emergency food assistance, including an extension of increased food stamps. And the relief also provides $45 billion for rental and mortgage assistance. It is time to make a bold investment in the health and the security of the American people. A watershed moment, historic piece of legislation. We will vote for the American Rescue Plan with the determination to adequately meet the moment with strength, with action, and with hope. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd now like to yield to the gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Hinson, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
Without objection, the chair would advise that all time has been yielded. The chair would advise that all time has been yielded to the purpose of debate only. Does the gentleman from Massachusetts yield for purposes of the unanimous consent
I
request?
do not yield for that purpose. All time yielded is for the purposes of debate only.
The gentleman from Massachusetts does not yield. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
I'd now like to yield to the gentleman from California, the distinguished Republican leader, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair now recognizes that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I'd now like to yield to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss, for the purpose of unanimous consent request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to
get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classrooms.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I yield to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The chair understands that the gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids from behind screens and back in the classroom.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman is recognized.
Ms. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentlelady from Iowa, Dr. Miller Meeks, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, for the purposes of a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom. Yield back.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Cawthorn, for the purpose of unanimous consent
Gentleman
request.
from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Texas, a valuable member of the Doctors Caucus, Dr. Ronnie Jackson, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for the purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentlelady from South Carolina, Representative Nancy Mace, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a single working mom, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind the screens and back into the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The chair would advise members that even though a unanimous consent request is not entertained, embellishments accompanying such requests constitute debate and will become an imposition on the time of the member who yielded for that purpose. Gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, for the purpose of unanimous consent
Gentleman
request.
from Wisconsin is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I now yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte, for the purposes of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 862, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids from behind screens and back in the classroom.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will come to order. Conversations by members should be taken off the floor. We're in the midst of debate on a very important question. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield to the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Madam
The woman
Speaker,
is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classrooms.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Georgia. From Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Miller, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlewoman from Illinois.
Madam
Recognized.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind the screens and back into the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Members, the House has to come to order. Conversations that members are having need to be taken off the floor at this time. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained at this time. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classrooms.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tenney, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classrooms.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for the purpose of unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Webster, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous
consent. Recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classrooms.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for the purpose of a unanimous consent
Gentleman
request.
from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl, for the purpose of a unanimous consent
Gentleman
request.
from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen School Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classrooms.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
I'd like to call the House to order and ask members who have conversations to please take them off the floor. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Burgess Owens, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind the screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent cannot be entertained at this time. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids back out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Malliotakis, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classrooms.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind the screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Michigan, a valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Wahlberg, for the purpose of a unanimous consent
The gentleman
request.
from Michigan is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair continues to understand that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
Again, the chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts continues to disagree and has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I am now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Florida, Dr. Dunn, another valuable member of Energy and Commerce, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Texas, Sheriff Nils, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Georgia, another valuable member of Energy and Commerce, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jacobs, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind the screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent cannot be entertained at this time. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Eschenthaler, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded and continues, and therefore that purpose cannot be entertained at this time. The unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina, Dr. Virginia Fox, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained at this time. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Hagedorn, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classrooms.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to yield to the gentlelady from New Mexico for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Wenstrup, for the purpose of unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained at this time. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Franklin, for the purposes of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, another valuable member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Madam Speaker, I ask
The
unanimous
gentleman is
consent to
recognized.
call up H.R.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back in the classroom.
The chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained at this time. The gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm now pleased to yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to call up H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, to get our kids out from behind screens and back into the classroom.
Chair understands that the gentleman from Massachusetts has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained at this time. The gentleman from Texas.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Spartz.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I write in opposition to this rule. I'm not going to talk much about the underlying bill, since it will not change anyone's vote at this point. I would just summarize it as advancing a socialist agenda by putting temporary bandages on old problems without fixing them at the expense of the middle class and the future of our children. I mainly just wanted to express my strong disappointment with how broken our legislative process is and how dysfunctional Congress is. If we do not fix it soon and have some common sense, we are going to destroy our great republic. We should be embarrassed to call ourselves policymakers. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, it's interesting that we just saw a parade of Republicans come before the microphone and urge us to move on a bill, and they read the short title of the bill. But the real title of the bill, and let me read it to you, is, quote, to encourage local educational agencies to resume in-person instruction at elementary and secondary schools. That is what the bill does. Now, let me just say to my Republican friends, I don't know if you don't go home and you don't talk to principals and superintendents and teachers and parents and students, but our schools don't need encouragement. What they need are resources to be able to safely reopen. And this bill that you are talking about here doesn't provide one additional cent to help schools reopen. Nothing. No money, no resources, nothing. Give me a break. Come on. I mean, the bill that we are about to debate here would provide $130 billion to help K through 12 schools reopen safely. You know, I mean, that's not encouragement. I mean, it's real resources to make it a reality. And by the way, this bill also requires states to award K through 12 funds to local school districts no later than 60 days after receipt, and school districts to develop plans to ensure that schools return to in-person learning. I could have saved you a lot of time and a lot of embarrassment. That was bad theater. It was terrible theater. I mean, people need help. We're trying to crush this virus and to get this economy back on the right track and to reopen our schools, and this is what we get. Look, I hope everybody takes note of those who went before the mic to argue against this bill and for a symbolic bill that provides no resources. Because at the end of the day, people need to know who was on their side in the middle of this crisis, who stood up and fought for them and provided much needed federal relief to our local communities and to our schools. That was pathetic. I'm happy now to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, a distinguished new member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ross.
Let me remind members who are chattering on the floor to take your conversations off the floor and remind members to direct their comments to the chair. I'm delighted to recognize the gentlelady from North Carolina for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The American Rescue Plan will deliver needed aid to individuals, families, workers, businesses, and healthcare systems. I'm proud that this Congress has taken such swift action to get this important work done. I want to highlight one part of the bill that would be life-changing for hundreds of thousands of people in my state. Sadly, North Carolina is one of only 12 states that has not expanded Medicaid under the ACA. This failure has left over 600,000 low-income North Carolinians without health care. The American Rescue Plan provides an added incentive for states like mine to expand Medicaid. The bill offers a 5-point increase in the federal funding match for Medicaid for 2 years for states who choose to expand this program during this pandemic. This would bring North Carolina more than $2 billion in federal health care coverage for our most vulnerable people and help our hardest hit hospitals. Our state desperately needs the relief provided in this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to the time remaining on my side?
The gentleman from Texas has 22.5 minutes.
I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 18 minutes. Gentleman from Texas reserves.
Madam Speaker, we're waiting for some additional speakers, so we will reserve at this time, and I don't know whether the gentleman has additional speakers.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, I'll yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, Republicans will amend the rule to immediately consider H.R. 682, the Reopen Schools Act, introduced by Ms. Hinson of Iowa, to ensure that the $54.3 billion that Congress appropriated in December in order to help schools reopen is in fact prioritized to meet the expenses of actually being open for in-person learning. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of this amendment into the record, along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
So ordered.
And here to explain the amendment is Representative Claudia Tinney, and I yield 4 minutes to the gentlelady from New York.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to oppose the previous question and to offer an amendment to help our schools safely reopen their doors for in-person learning. Madam Speaker, millions of children around the nation have been out of the classroom for the better part of a year. This has taken a serious toll not only on their learning and social development, but also on their working parents who have been forced to juggle homeschooling their children and working full-time jobs. The data is in, and it makes abundantly clear that at-home learning is not a sufficient substitute for in-person education. One recent study found that children began to fall significantly behind in math. The study concluded that it would take students in grades 5 and 6 at least 12 weeks on average to catch up to where they were expected to be. The science is also in, Madam Speaker, and it too makes abundantly clear that schools can reopen safely if the right precautions are taken. Common sense social distancing measures significantly reduce the spread of COVID-19 in schools and make the classroom a safe place for our students and our teachers. The CDC director said last month that the science shows our schools can reopen safely even before every teacher is vaccinated. This is what the science tells us, Madam Speaker. Yet despite these facts, too many children in my district and around the country are still not in the classroom. Students are losing out on a true sound basic education guaranteed them by the New York State Constitution, and parents are being forced to choose between going to work to earn a paycheck or staying home to teach their children. It is an impossible decision that no parent should be forced to make. In my home state of New York, Governor Cuomo has said one thing and done another. The result has been confusion across the state and a patchwork of incoherent and conflicting policies. Governor Cuomo claims to support the science, yet it's March 2021, and New York still does not have a statewide plan to reopen our schools. It's clear he's putting special interests before our students' education. Sadly, we New Yorkers aren't surprised. Governor Cuomo has also already lost credibility due to his unconscionable cover-up of nursing home deaths. He failed to put our seniors first, and now he's failing to put our students first. We can and we must do better. Under the American Rescue Plan that the House will consider again later this week, nearly $130 billion is set aside for schools. But if you read the fine print, 95% of that money won't be spent until after 2021 is over. And if you keep reading, you realize that there's no requirement that the funding be used to reopen schools safely, something our nation is desperately crying out for. The rescue plan fails to prioritize our students and does not do enough to return safely to in-person learning, which our students desperately need. If we defeat the previous question, we'll move to immediately consider the Reopen Schools Act, which states that schools which accept a portion of the COVID-19 funding must reopen. In order to receive full funding, schools are required to allow at least 50% of their students in the classroom in person at least 50% of the time. This is what New York families are requesting, and it is exactly what families across the country are demanding from their leaders in Washington. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to yield to the gentlewoman if she could tell me how much money is in her bill.
Gentleman,
I yield 15 seconds. Tell me how much money is in the bill. Your bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
No, I'm yielding to the gentlewoman.
Well, there's $54.3 billion that was appropriated.
Gentleman
in December
is not
that's available.
recognized at this time. Gentleman from Massachusetts, you're yielding.
I yield 15 seconds to the. How much new money is in your bill?
Thank you, gentlemen. The money is coming from the American Rescue Act, which you voted for, but this, what we're doing here is prioritizing the spending, so the spending
reclaim
goes
the balance
to
of
what
my
the
time.
people
So, Madam
want.
Speaker,
Gentlemen,
here we have our
the
Republican
time
colleagues.
belongs to the gentleman. The time belongs to the gentleman from
Here
Massachusetts.
we have our Republican colleagues coming to the floor, basically advocating nothing. Their bill, and let me read the long title again, is to encourage local educational agencies to resume in-person instruction at elementary and secondary schools. Not one new cent in money. Schools don't need to be encouraged, they need the resources to be able to deal with issues like ventilation, to be able to make sure that the infrastructure is such that it is safe for our students and teachers and others to come back to the school. And my Republican friends, while they're coming here and trying to find ways to delay the American Rescue Act, they're going to vote against it. And they're not advocating for one additional cent for vaccines. They're not advocating for any additional help for those who are unemployed, for small businesses and restaurants that are struggling. They don't want any more resources to go to cities and towns. So I hope that we don't see some of my Republican friends show up at announcements announcing money and resources for schools and cities and towns, and for those who are struggling, trying to take credit for something that they voted against. So, Madam Speaker, I would again urge my colleagues on both sides to look at this for what it is. This is not about trying to help people. This is about a continuing effort to delay much-needed resources to our schools, to our struggling families, and to our small businesses. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve my time. No, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm going to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Rules Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the American Rescue Plan. Madam Speaker, I have been honored to be in public service in my state legislature as mayor of West Palm Beach and now here in Congress. And I can unequivocally say that this is the most important, impactful piece of legislation I have ever had the honor to vote for. We all know that this past year has tested us like never before. The pandemic has destroyed lives and livelihoods. It has disproportionately hurt women, especially women of color, who are already at an economic disadvantage. The impacts have been devastating. Women have lost 5.3 million jobs, 2 million of which are permanent losses. And that's not all. Women also make up the majority of our frontline workforce. In fact, Madam Speaker, we are calling this a she session, Schools closed and the loss of accessible child care have only added to the crisis, but this bill will rescue women and their families with the relief they need. It will crush COVID-19, get our children safely back to school, and rescue the child care industry. It's going to increase the child tax credit, taking half of our children in poverty out of poverty, and it's going to get the vaccines into the arms of Americans. And I will tell you this, Madam Speaker, my office are getting calls day after day, all day, from people who want these vaccines. And this rescue package, this packaging can put money directly into the pockets of working people, get people back to work. Women have shouldered so much of this burden of this pandemic, so it's time to extend the helping hand that they and their families need to get through this pandemic. I believe, Madam Speaker, that better days are ahead with this rescue plan, and I urge my colleagues to pass it.
Gentleman's time
I
has
yield back.
expired. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from New York.
Gentlelady from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would just like to address the question that the gentleman from Massachusetts posed. What is allocated for this bill? 54.3 million or billion is going to be appropriated immediately. At this point, the bill that you're talking about has no money, only 5%, until after 2021. And we have students and parents and everyone, they're coming to us and they want to open their schools because their children are falling far behind. And this is particularly difficult in New York, where we have no plan in place. And the governor has failed to give us a plan, and our students are failing, and we need to have our students back on track. And that's all that we're asking for, is that this money be allocated now and not wait for only 5% to be allocated until after 2021. I yield my time back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me just state for the record, respond to the gentlewoman. This is not, the bill you're talking about is not an appropriations bill. So let's be clear. I mean, let's make sure we're clear about what we're talking about here. This is not an appropriations bill. You're talking about money that was previously allocated in previous bills. The bill that my Republican friends are bringing forward allocates zero. It encourages schools to open up. Again, our schools don't need encouragement. What they need are resources. And if my friends would go home and listen to their superintendents, to their principals, to the teachers, to the parents, to the students, they would understand how desperate the situation is. Now is the time for action, not more empty rhetoric, not more political theater, not more words, but people need resources, and they need it now. I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern. I rise today in strong support of the rule and underlying act, the American Rescue Act. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken the lives of over 525,000 Americans. Our communities are struggling, and our constituents are desperate for relief. Millions remain out of work, and as many as 12 million children are living in households where they don't get enough to eat. We're grateful to have new leadership in the White House and in the Senate, and look forward to passing legislation that will end the pandemic and open our economy and let America get back to work. The American Rescue Plan puts money directly in the hands of American people. The direct cash infusion will help millions of Americans pay their rent and keep the lights on at home. In addition to $1,400 worth of direct stimulus payments for a large chunk of Americans, support for small businesses and restaurants, and an extension of unemployment insurance benefits, the American Rescue Plan Act expands the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit to give families the support they so desperately need. The child tax credit expansion alone can cut child poverty in half. I look forward to passage of this act because, unlike the political charade that our colleagues just treated us to and wasting the time of the House and the American people, the American Rescue Act will, number one, crush the virus, number two, get Americans back to work, and number three, actually help children get out from behind their screens and back in the classroom. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill and this rule, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I'm pleased to recognize the gentlelady from Georgia for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind my Democrat colleagues across the aisle that I'm from the state of Georgia, where proudly we are open. My son has been going in person to school this entire school year. As a matter of fact, he played football where they had practices and games, and parents got to attend and sit in the stadium. Children being kept home from school is about the worst thing that you can possibly do. If you really want to do anything to help Americans, reopen the schools, reopen America, and stop wasting more American tax dollars. It's a complete lie to the American taxpayers that you're going to save the day with your $1.9 trillion spending bill, and you think you're going to save children. If you want to save children, reopen the schools. The Biden administration is fine with having 100% open schools at the border for children that are coming into our country. Why are our children being forced to stay home in blue states in many places for no reason when their parents pay the taxes? The best way to save America is reopen.
Fired, and we ask members to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we all want schools to reopen, but we want them to reopen safely. And there is such a thing called science that we need to respect, and we need to make sure that our schools are reopened safely. This is a deadly disease that has invaded our country. We've all lost friends and loved ones to COVID-19. We lost a congressman-elect and a sitting member of Congress on the Republican side. We lost them to COVID. So to get up here and to talk like this is much ado about nothing, I mean, come on. What are my friends thinking? This is serious. And community after community all throughout this country are trying to find ways to reopen schools safely. Some of them are trying to invest in infrastructure for better ventilation, to make sure that it is safe. Some are talking about additional school buses to be able to transport kids to and from safely. They need resources, not encouragement. I mean, give me a break. How insulting to somebody watching this debate in any of our districts to hear members of Congress get up and say, you know, you don't need any help, you don't need any resources, you don't need any money to be able to help institute these changes so we can get kids back to school safely, but we're going to give you encouragement instead. Come on. We could do better than that. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentleman from Georgia. Texas.
Georgia, Texas. Thank you,
The gentleman, again, let me say this. The gentleman has been from Texas for as long as I can remember.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this point, I would like to recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Harrell, for 1 minute.
Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just rise in opposition to this. And Madam Speaker, I would say it is more disingenuous for this body to pretend
to tell the American people that we're doing something good for their children, when in fact more money in this bill is going to help one Democratic district in California than is going to help all of the COVID relief efforts. We have got our priorities very wrong. Our children are the future. And thank God that the Senate took the $15 an hour minimum wage out of this, because that was another nail in the coffin for our small business owners. But to sit here and think that we're doing something special for our constituents, that's not really truthful. We're doing something special for Speaker Pelosi and a lot of others that want big bailouts for the Democratic cities. We can do better. We can do better for our students, for our families, because those are the people in the trenches. Our future depends on it. Our students depend on it. We need to put our children back in the school, and we need to open our economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would encourage all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to read the bill and to look what is in this bill and to look at the people that it will help, and to claim somehow that this is not going to help with reopening of schools or helping our small businesses or helping children struggling in poverty or helping people who are hungry shows that people are not reading the bill. This is a big, bold, appropriate response to a horrific pandemic that has struck our country and struck the world. So we are acting, and it is the right thing to do. At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the American Rescue Plan. I was sitting in my office listening to debate, and I was thrilled to hear my colleagues on the other side of the aisle speak up about reopening schools. These are words I've been waiting a year to hear. I immediately looked up H.R. 682 to read it, and I was so disappointed that this bill offers no support, no assistance, no funding for school reopenings. The American Rescue Plan, on the other hand, invests in helping K-12 schools reopen safely and addresses learning loss in the classroom. The bill provides nearly $130 billion to help schools take the steps recommended by the CDC to ensure students and educators can return to the classroom safely. This includes repairing ventilation systems, reducing class sizes, implementing social distancing guidelines, purchasing PPE, and hiring support staff to address students' well-being. As someone who has spent over a decade in the classroom, I can tell you that this is what every teacher in America is looking for. This is what every parent is looking for. This is what is necessary to reopen schools safely, not just in communities that are largely Democrat, but also in Republican communities. All of our children will benefit from the provisions of this bill. The bill also sets aside 20% for long-term learning loss to get our kids from behind screens and back into the classroom by providing comprehensive after-school programs, summer learning programs, extended school days, re-engaging students who have been absent from remote learning, and hiring counselors and nurses to care for students' emotional and physical well-being. I am thrilled to see part of my own legislation included in this bill, the Save Education Job Act, which will not only make sure that we're not laying off support staff and personnel to meet our students, but to make sure that there are not budget cuts in light of the catastrophic shortfalls that are expected as a result of this pandemic. I am so proud to be a part of a body that came up with this legislation that gives America's schools exactly what they need, that gives America's children the support that is necessary, and reopens our economy by investing $130 billion. Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I'll reserve it this time.
Gentleman recognized. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
May I ask the
Recognized.
gentleman how many more speakers he has?
Myself.
Then I will yield to you. You can close, and then I'll close.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll yield myself the remainder of our time. Madam Speaker, here's the facts. This bill is not going to reopen our economy. It's not going to reopen our schools or provide targeted relief to those who need it most. This is the most expensive bill in the history of the United States House of Representatives, and it does not even prioritize the immediate needs of the American people. Rather than work for the American people, Democrats are fine working for their own future 2 years from now. That's really not the way it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be focused on the next generation, not the next election. I find this unacceptable. This is a $1.9 trillion partisan wish list that ultimately could increase the deficit $3 trillion without addressing the immediate needs of Americans who are trying to survive this pandemic. With $1 trillion of unspent funding, cash already in the till from previous bills, why is it so urgent to pass another $2 trillion now without the representation of literally one half of the country? With that, I urge a no vote on the previous question, no on the rule, and no on the underlying measures, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, we can talk and talk and talk and talk, and it might make us feel better, but it doesn't do any good for the people we represent who are in desperate need. They're crying out for help. People are struggling. People are hungry. Businesses are shutting down. My friends talk about reopening schools. They offer a measure that would encourage our schools to be reopened, but don't offer one additional penny in resources to help them reopen, which is so tone deaf and so disconnected from reality. People need help, and they need it now. And, Madam Speaker, let's be really honest here. My Republican friends do not have a problem spending $2 trillion. They spent that with their tax cut bill that benefited mostly people who were well off and well connected. And they were willing to spend that on COVID when Donald Trump was president. What they have a problem with is where this is going. To our workers, not the wealthy. To our communities, not corporations. And that is the fundamental difference in how we govern. Democrats govern for the people. Right now, people are hurting, Madam Speaker. An overwhelming majority of the American people across all party lines and divisions support the American Rescue Plan. We've seen that in poll after poll after poll. My Republican friends just say that they're uninformed, including their Republican mayors and their Republican governors. How insulting. This bill will put more vaccines in arms. It will put our kids back to school safely. It will put food on dinner tables and put workers back in jobs. This pandemic is an all-hands-on-deck moment. After weeks and weeks of work, Congress doesn't have a moment to spare. And I urge all of my colleagues to support these historic investments in our nation. We have told our neighbors and communities that help is on the way. Let's deliver on that promise. I am proud to be on the House floor today. I am proud to speak in favor of the American Rescue Plan. I am proud to vote in favor of this important piece of legislation. This will help save lives and will help save our economy. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman moves the previous as he yields back his time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, wait.
The previous question is ordered.
Madam Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Texas requests the yeas and nays pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Rise.
Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the previous question.
If you can't find anyone in the previous. Does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Kansas rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Holland pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Holland will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentleman from California rise? I'm not used to them.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Morelli will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Biden will vote nay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Amade and pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote no on the previous question.
purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
Pennsylvania. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on the ordering of the previous question. Motion on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
Madam Speaker, as the member
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Lucille Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Lucille Roybal Allard will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island, and pursuant to House Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the motion to move the previous question on House Resolution 198. Thank you.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purposes does the gentle lady from New Hampshire seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentle lady from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yea on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee of Nevada will vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 216 and the nays are 206. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yes, request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Texas requests the yeas and nays.
I beat you.
Pursuant to Section 3 of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HRES 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
And Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on HRES 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 198.
And on the other side? For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Amadei pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amadei will vote no on HRES 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Fudge pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fudge will vote yes on House Res 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote nay.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the House member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. McNerney votes aye on House Resolution 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on H-Res 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H-Res 198. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H-Res 198.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H-Res 198. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H-Res 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on House Resolution 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington State seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H-Res 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Rule 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on the rule providing consideration of House Resolution 198, the rule providing for consideration of the Senate amendment to H.R. 1319, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on H-Res 198. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yea on HRES 198. And as the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee of Nevada will vote yea on HRES 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Lucille Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Representative Lucille Allard will vote yes on House Resolution 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on H Resolution 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote aye on HRES 198. As the member designated by Ms. Holland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Holland will vote aye on HRES 198. And as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote aye on HRES 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on HRES 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on agreement to the resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on H.Res. 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.Res. 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.Res. 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.Res. 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.Res. 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.Res. 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote yes on HRS 198. As the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on HRS 198. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on HRS 198. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HRS 198. As a member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on HRS 198.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on HRS 198. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on HRS 198.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter, Texan, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on HRes 198.
Purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Morelli pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote aye on HRes 198. Thank you.
Vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 842 is now resuming. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 842, a bill to amend the National Labor Relations Act, the Labor Management Relations Act 1947, and the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments in block number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 117-10, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 4, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-10, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Hi. Oh, what would I do without you?
Okay. Okay.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote aye on the amendments on block number 1. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote aye on the amendments on block 1. And as the member designated by Ms. Holland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Holland will vote aye on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on M block number 1 to H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote aye on the amendments on block number 1. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin from Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote nay.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the state of Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
How many proxy votes we got? At one point we had like a... What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Palazzo of Mississippi pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Palazzo will vote nay on the amendments in block number 1. Thank you.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the amendments on Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the state of Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on M Block number 1.
The honorable gentleman from Chicago seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on the amendment on Block 1.
Yeah, right? Exactly. For what purpose does the distinguished vice chairman from the state of California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Fudge pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fudge will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
Gentlemen from Massachusetts seek recognition.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on agreeing to en bloc amendment number 1 offered by Representative Scott. Thank you.
For what purpose does the distinguished assistant speaker from the state of Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from the state of New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution A, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on the amendments and block number 1.
For what purpose does the honorable gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H-Res 8, and for the House, Mr. Liu will vote yes on the amendments on Block 1. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on the amendments on block 1. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on the amendments on block 1. As the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
Purpose does the distinguished chairman from New York seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on the amendments in Block 1. As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the amendments in Block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Karnas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Karnas will vote aye on the amendments on Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the amendments in Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on the Scott amendments.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the honorable judge from the state of North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on the amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the state of Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on amendment on block 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the state of Washington seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the distinguished chairman from the state of New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on the amendments in Block 1. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on the amendments in Block number 1.
Gentleman from the state of Maryland seek recognition.
Speaker, thank you very much. As the member designated by Mr. McNerney of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney votes aye on the amendments in Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the state of New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yea on the amendments on block number 1. And as the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee of Nevada will vote yea on the amendments on block 1.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from the state of Illinois seek recognition?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on the amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
On this vote, the yeas are 227. On this vote, the yeas are 227, the nays are 196. The amendments on block are adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments on Block 2, printed in Part B of House Report 117-10, offered by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments number 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 18, and 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-10, offered by Mr. Scott of Virginia.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Virginia. Members will record their vote by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no in the amendments on block number 2.
Does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
The Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Babin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote nay on the amendments.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fudge pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fudge will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
Seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will be a yes on M Block 2.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McNerney pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney votes no on the amendments in Block 2.
The honorable gentlewoman from the state of New York seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what the For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yes on amendment M Block number 2.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on agreeing to en bloc amendment number 2 offered by Representative Scott. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
The Speaker, as the measure designated by Mr. Babin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yea.
For what purpose does the esteemed chairman from the state of New York seek recognition?
Designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote nay on the amendments in block number 2. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote nay on the amendments in block number 2.
New Hampshire. For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 2. And as the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee of Nevada will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 2.
Does the honorable gentlewoman from the state of Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the amendments in block number 2.
For what purpose does the esteemed chairman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the honorable gentlewoman from the state of New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lucille Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the amendments in Block 2.
For what purpose does the esteemed judge from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no. He will vote no on the amendments in Block number 2.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Member designated by Ms. Wilson, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the amendments on Block 2.
For what purpose does the honorable gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote nay on the amendments on Block number 2. As the member designated by Ms. Holland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Holland will vote nay on the amendments on Block number 2. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote nay on the amendments on Block number 2.
For what purpose does the honorable gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yea on the amendments on block number 2.
This does the honorable gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yes on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote nay on the Scott on Part B in block amendments.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Southern California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote no on the amendments on block 2.
For what purpose does the honorable gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
I know like For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from the state of Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
What purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. As the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. And as the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carter of Texas pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on in block number 2 to H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the state of Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote nay on amendments en bloc number 2. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote nay on amendments en bloc number 2.
Does the Honorable Assistant Speaker seek recognition from the state of Massachusetts?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the honorable gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin, I inform the House, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
All right. Am I reading that? It's 240, right? That's how many people. On this vote, the yeas are 185, the nays are 243. The amendment on block is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the National Labor Relations Act, the Labor Management Relations Act 1947, and the Labor Management Reporting and Disclosure Act of 1959, and for other purposes.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Banks of Indiana moves to recommit the bill H.R. 842 to the Committee on Education and Labor.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. The gentleman from Indiana?
Ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device.
Gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cohen, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Moore will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. Lewenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to recommit.
What purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
The Speaker is a member designated by Mr. Babin from Texas pursuant to H.R.S. 8. I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will be a vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion to recount.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution Number 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to recommit H.R. 842, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2021. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the motion to recommit. No on the motion to recommit. As a member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I will inform the voice that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote nay on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Ms. Holland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Holland will vote no on the motion to recommit. As the member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Fudge pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fudge will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote nay on the motion to recommit. The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote nay on the motion to recommit. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote no on the motion to recommit. And as the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee of Nevada will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Members voted. The ayes are 206 and the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. The question is now on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that I demand the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Stubbe of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Stubbe will vote no on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote aye on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Baird of Indiana pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Baird will vote no on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by the Honorable Mr. James Langevin of Rhode Island and pursuant to House Resolution 8, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on final passage of H.R. 842, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2021. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yea on H.R. 842. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will also vote yea on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Fudge pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Fudge will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Pingree will vote yea on H.R. 842. And as the member designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lee of Nevada will vote yea on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on the final passage of H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 842. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 842. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.R. 842. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H.R. 842. And as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Ms. Moore will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Bush of Missouri pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bush will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.R. 842. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 842. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote aye on H.R. 842. As a member designated by Ms. Holland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Holland will vote aye on H.R. 842. As a member designated by Mr. DeFazio pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote aye on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Roybal Allard will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Representative Morelli pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Representative Morelli will vote aye on H.R. 842. Thank you.
The gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brian Babin pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Babin will vote nay on House Resolution 842.
For what purposes the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purposes the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 842.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Mississippi pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes. He will vote yes on H.R. 842.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote no on H.R. 842. voting? Does any member wish to change a vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 225 and the nays are 206. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Veterans Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1276 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1276, a bill to authorize the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to furnish COVID-19 vaccines to certain individuals and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Strike all after Section 1 and insert the following. Section 2.
I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the amendment.
Is there, without objection? Okay. Without objection, the amendment is agreed to. The bill is engrossed, read a third time, passed, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 4D of House Resolution 8, 117th Congress, as amended by Section 18 of House Resolution 188, 117th Congress, and the order of the House of January 4th, 2021, of the following members to the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis.
Mr. Palmer of Alabama, Mr. Carter of Georgia, Mrs. Miller of West Virginia, Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota, Mr. Crenshaw of Texas, and Mr. Gonzalez of Ohio.
The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak to the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, over 500,000 dead, 44,000 dead or more in the state of Texas. The state of Texas, throughout the entire pandemic, remained one of the top hotspots of the nation. We started testing late, we started vaccinations, and still have not reached a certain percentage. But yet tomorrow, on March 10th, 2021, our governor has announced that there will be no mask mandate and there will be no restrictions on any form of entertainment, restaurants, any large gatherings. Tomorrow, March 9th, the people of Texas get a death notice. I'm asking my friends in Texas to wear your masks, socially distance, wash your hands. We are vaccinating as fast as we can, but I'm letting you know that Texas has all 5 of the variants of COVID-19. They have long haulers in Texas, people who have continued to have COVID-19 to save lives. I'm asking my fellow Texans, as I know President Bush used to always call us, our fellow Texans, to wear their masks, wash your hands, socially distance to save lives. Let's ignore wrong-headed advice and do what is right to save lives. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sadly, Carrie McDaniel passed away in February at just 65 years of age from COVID-19 complications. He was described as can't be replaced, top-notch in every regard, an exemplary model of generosity and selflessness. Carrie loved serving his community and did so in various positions throughout the years. For almost 3 decades, Carrie worked for the Kentucky Department for Environmental Protection, and most recently, he was the Hart County Emergency Management Director and Solid Waste Coordinator. As a frontline responder, he worked hard to obtain personal protective equipment for Hart County from COVID-19. Throughout the county, he was known for his service and generosity to others. Carrie is survived by his dear wife, Vicki, his son, Curtis, his daughter-in-law, Tara, and his grandson, Briar Allen, and many other family members he loved so dearly. I am proud to have known Carrie. He's an exemplary citizen. He was a great, great friend. He will be missed by all who knew him. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
For the 1 in 8 Americans who will go to bed hungry tonight, for 60 million Americans out of work and the 40 million who fear they might be evicted tomorrow, for the 2.3 million women, a million mothers who have left the workforce, the American Rescue Plan is for you. It'll put money directly in your pockets, expand access to affordable health care and child care, extend unemployment insurance, housing, and nutrition assistance, support 27 million children with an expanded child tax credit. For the 1.4 million public sector employees who are out of work, our firefighters, our teachers, our frontline public health workers, our first responders, we're going to provide $350 billion for states and localities, $13.7 billion for my state of Illinois to get you back to work too. We can't fix everything. 524,000 American lives lost to COVID are never coming back. But tomorrow, when we vote to pass the American Rescue Plan, we will honor their memory. We'll make things a little easier for their loved ones. We'll get their kids back in school safely, their family businesses back in the black, cut child poverty in half, create 4 million new jobs. But most importantly, we will emerge from this crisis with an economy that is stronger, more equitable, and poised to growth for years to come. Thank you to all of my colleagues in the House and Senate who made this possible. Let's get this done.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise the consent motion.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Well, I'm from California, and almost 2 years ago, the state there passed a bill known as AB 5, which where all workers would be presumed as employees unless the worker can show that they satisfy all 3 prongs of what is known as the ABC test. So it went into effect in January of 2020, and it had quite a few exemptions in it, as fought for: barbers, musicians, translators, home inspectors, golf caddies, things like that. But after the bill passed, flaws are found in it. They had to go back and legislate again, add newspapers. They had to go back and extend the time for others where it would kick in. So what is happening? Here in this House, we run H.R. 842. Now, I had an amendment that would provide for some of those exemptions. This provides for 0 exemptions for this requirement that all would be presumed as employees. So we're going to go ahead and do it actually worse than the state of California passing the PRO Act without the exemptions. Government should be here to foster economic growth, not restrict it. The PRO Act would kill growth, squash innovation in the gig economy and the American economy. Why are we going backwards here when we can't learn from Californians' mistakes? I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute with unanimous consent.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of our nation's greatest asset, our workers, our essential workers, nurses, teachers, mail carriers, transportation, sanitation, and food industry workers, among so many others who have lifted the nation with their sacrifice and bravery. And just as they've supported us, we must support them by supporting unions. Attacks on unions and a series of significant actions by the former administration have weakened worker protections and in turn destroyed the middle class. That is why I was proud to just vote to pass the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, the most significant upgrade for workers' collective bargaining rights in more than 80 years. If we are to fully recover from this deadly pandemic and build back better, we must invest in and protect the rights of our workers to unionize. American workers and their families are depending on us. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I fear that H.R. 842 is going to have serious long-term negative consequences for entrepreneurialism here in America. I started a company 30 years ago out of my college dorm room at Caltech, and I grew it the way that most small businesses are grown in America. I grew it organically. That means that when I had a little bit more business than I myself could do, I contracted that business out to other people that could do that business for me. Under this bill, that practice will be illegal because it violates the so-called B pillar of the bill that prohibits any contracting that's related to the core business that a company engages in. Mr. Speaker, if H.R. 842 had been the law of the land, I would not have been able to start my company, and the hundreds of jobs that we've created would not have been created here. But, Mr. Speaker, they will be created elsewhere in other countries with more sane and less restrictive laws. I urge a no vote on H.R. 842. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, almost to this very day, is the day when COVID-19 was officially declared a pandemic. 1 year ago, we didn't know that this pandemic would infect millions of Americans or kill thousands of Texans in my home state and hurt so many disadvantaged communities. But after a year of darkness, we are finally seeing the light because the House will pass tomorrow the American Rescue Plan, which is a comprehensive plan that the Biden-Harris administration and our Democratic-led House and Senate has crafted, which will give constituents in the district that I represent and all Americans a chance for some relief. Our plan will help crush COVID-19 virus and get the economy moving again by getting vaccines into the arms of the country. Because in places like my home state of Texas, where Greg Abbott who's the governor, is prematurely lifting COVID-19 restrictions, the best thing we can do to combat a potential surge against the virus is to make sure that everybody has a vaccine. That's why I'm a proud supporter and will vote for the American Rescue Plan tomorrow, because we need a bold solution like this one for our country and economy to get back on the right track and to get back on normal.
For what purpose does the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a Michigander as my home state is recognizing 1 year from the arrival of our first cases of COVID-19. I rise today to say that more help is on the way, that today we are delivering for the American people and delivering for my home state of Michigan. I rise today to say that we passed the PRO Act to stand up for hard-working Michiganders, that we will get rid of right to work, that people are at the heart of what we do here in this chamber. And by prioritizing the legislation that stands up for hardworking Americans, we are delivering for them. Tomorrow we will pass the Butch-Lewis Act. We will write the pensions of almost 1 million Americans. That is what we came here to do. That is what unity is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to begin with, just because my friend from Tennessee had someone that was very special in his life he wanted to talk about, I'm going to yield some time here. So please, it's all yours.
I'd like to thank my friend and colleague from Arizona. And I stand here tonight saddened because a little over a year ago, I took to the House floor to pay tribute to a dear friend, Peggy Daniel of West Tennessee, who had recently passed away. Today, we honor the life of her son and my friend, Drew Daniel, who left us way too soon. Drew passed away last week. He was a native of West Tennessee, the son of my friends Peggy and Jimmy Daniel. Drew moved to Shelby County in the early 1990s for college, and he received his bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Memphis, where he then later achieved a master's degree in public administration. Drew interned in the House of Representatives for then Congressman Don Sundquist, who also was a close and dear friend of Drew's parents. Drew loved to volunteer for his community, and he was an active member of the Boy Scouts of America, the Midtown Rotary Club, and Memphis City Beautiful Commission. Drew was also extremely active in the Shelby County Republican Party and the Tennessee Republican Party. He had served as the Shelby County Young Republican Chair and was an elected member of the Tennessee State Executive Committee of the Tennessee Republican Party. In 2019, Drew was selected as a Tennessee Republican Party Statesman of the Year. Drew was also a longtime valued employee for David Lenore in the Shelby County Trustee's office, and then an agent for New York Life. Without a doubt, Drew was a dedicated leader with a heart for public service and also for volunteerism. I really don't know many more people who are more passionate about politics or their community than Drew Daniel. And I have so many memories seeing Drew and Peggy cheering on the Memphis Tigers in the Liberty Bowl and the FedEx Forum. Truly, as good of a person as Drew was, he was a great son to his parents and a terrific brother to Mike and to Melanie. We're all better because of Drew, and he will be deeply missed by everyone. Roberta and I extend our deepest sympathies to his brother Mike and his sister Melanie. Rest in peace, Drew. And I thank my friend from Arizona.
Thank you. And look, when we have someone special in our districts like that, sometimes with the chaos around here, it's hard finding time. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I wanted to do this evening is actually start to build on a theme that I've done in the past and I hope to be able to do over the coming months. But it's a little difficult right now because, let's be honest, the House is spending money at a pace where it's really hard for the Joint Economic Committee, even my own staff, to try to keep up. So we're going to talk about what's going on. But a couple things I really want us to sort of start to put in the record, talk about, and get our heads around. I have an absolute fixation of a moral obligation to the working poor in this country, and an understanding of what happened in 2018 and 2019 when the working poor, the value of their labor, and understand, for many of us, have graduate degrees and those things, can work behind a computer, great. Our skill set is what we're selling. For much of the working poor, if you didn't finish high school or you have moderate skill sets, your labor is your value. And what's going on here right now is almost a type of economic violence to that labor value. Yet I'm not sure my brothers and sisters on the other side even see it. So let's first delve into a little bit of what's going on at the border. do understand one of the things we see in the math from 2018, 2019, when the working poor got dramatically less poor. The first 2 years in modern times where income inequality shrank. Not because rich people got less rich, it's because poorer people made money. The value of their labor increased because they weren't competing with armies of other unskilled labor. If we're going to be honest around here and say we care about the poor, we care about the working poor, don't you see the economic violence we're allowing to happen at the border, making our folks have to compete with floods of moderate to low-skill immigrants? I know it's an uncomfortable conversation, but we need to see it in the totality of the people we claim we care about. And then the other day, I made the mistake of, on one of the hard left-leaning television, cable television shows, they were trying to compare what we did in tax reform to the Democrats' $1.9 trillion spending bill. And said, well, they're both about $1.9 trillion, but look here, this went to tax cuts, where this goes to spending. Isn't the spending so much more wonderful? Once again, I need my brothers and sisters on the left to go back to school and spend a moment paying attention in their economics class. The elegance of the tax reform was it made the value of workers' labor more valuable because the economy grew. We specifically made it so businesses would take part of that tax reform and put it into things that made their businesses more productive, making it so you can pay people more. Remember, individuals' wages go up on two things: inflation and productivity. It's one of the reasons in 2018 and 2019 we had the fastest wage growth of workers, and particularly the working poor, in modern history. So what's the Democrats' solution to help these populations? We're going to send them a check, and maybe part of that's good. There are people out there who are really suffering and hurting. But what do we do next year? The elegance of when you have someone's labor become more valuable is that value sets, and then the next year it builds on it, and the next year it builds on it, and the next year it builds on it, and after a little while, they're no longer in the working poor. We're going to do a patch that's going to load another $1.9 trillion of debt. And over the decade, the amount of interest we're going to pay on that, it's not a $1.9 trillion, it's probably $1.6 trillion. And that's one of the things we're going to talk about just really quickly here. I cannot produce these boards fast enough to keep up with the Democrats' spending agenda right now. CBO can't produce the data fast enough. Joint Economic Committee can't produce the data fast enough to even get our heads around. So this slide here is from September. Understand, the numbers are much uglier today. And it was a simple point. In functionally 8 budget years, in September, we were saying each family would have $230,000 of federal debt applied to their household. The amount of debt, and so that's every household. That's not tax-paying households, that's every household. Today, my back-of-the-napkin math is about $250,000 in 8 years for every family in America. We are spending that fast. And being the father of a 5-year-old, the economic violence I see being done by the left here to her future, to the kids' futures. I'm looking for the day I have to sit her down and apologize that she's not going to live as well as I've lived because what we allowed to happen here today. So let's have a quick education. Let's walk through real quick where the money goes. Social Security, about $1 trillion. And remember, this is based on last year's numbers. Today's, these numbers have ballooned again. Defense, $724. Medicare, right now, I believe this year, has now surpassed defense. So my last bit of math was Medicare was now starting to pass defense in total spending. Health, that's Obamacare, that's all the other entitlements. But if you actually look at this slide, Social Security, Medicare, the other health entitlements, income security, interest, veterans, it's the vast majority of spending. Yet you look at these tiny little slices, like this little slice over here is foreign aid. Yet how often do the politicians get behind these microphones and say, well, if we would cut foreign aid, if this were a clock, I think foreign aid would cover about 14 minutes of spending in an entire day, in a 24-hour day. If we don't get our heads around the fact that the Medicare, the health entitlements, the net interest are the things now which will drive our debt, I'm terrified of what's coming. Because do understand, it's really hard to say, but our demographics, we are getting older very quickly as a society. And if you look at the 30-year curve, we are a country that doesn't make it. We are so buried in debt. And what the economic violence the Democrats are committing tomorrow by adding another $1.9 trillion on top of the trillion that's already still sitting in the bank and hasn't even been expended that we've done this last year, are we thinking about anything other than our next reelection? How about thinking about my 5-year-old daughter and what her economic future is? How about everyone else's economic future? So I'm going to try to do a couple of these quickly. We were trying to use CBO's numbers. The problem is they haven't updated them yet on how fast we're spending. But what's so important here, in functionally 8 budget years. Now this slide looks a little different than your typical debt slide because we calculate it on debt that's sold to the public, not internal debt. Remember, when you look at U.S. sovereign debt, there's sort of 2 pies. There's stuff where we reach into the Social Security fund, grab that money, and borrow itself and put IOUs in it. The other debt that is economically dangerous because when interest rates move, it causes a problem. And we're going to talk about that in just real quickly. This is debt sold to the public. That's be China, it might be Japan, it might be your grandma's pension. In about 8 years, debt held by the public will double from where we were last year. Understand how fast. Now, a lot of this, believe it or not, even though some of the crazy spending we're doing right now, is our demographics. Demographics aren't Republican or Democrat. It's just math that we don't like to talk about. But the fact of the matter is we've made promises, and the money that we collected for those promises, we've already spent. And we're going to have to borrow. So understand the fragility. I love that word. Fragility we've given ourselves. Interest rates in January were under 1%. They were actually at 0.91. Today, the market closed, I think it was 1.54, something of that nature. Most of us go, big deal. This is still historically really, really, really cheap. Except think about it. Just that little movement in the last 2 months, that's about $600 billion over the next 10 years, just that little movement. $600 billion of interest. What are we buying with that interest? Nothing. And there's a lot of economists out there that think because we're spending at such a fast rate, we are going to start to chase our tail. Part of that may be because the economy actually is getting healthier. One of the great intense ironies is we're about to spend $1.9 trillion, pretend it's a stimulus, even though a bunch of that money doesn't get spent for a year, 2 years, a little bit 3 years from now. Claim it's a stimulus, pile it on as debt that's going to cost $2.6 trillion with financing costs added to it, but only a sliver of it's actually economic stimulus. And because we're going to the markets to finance every dime of it, we're helping drive up our own interest rates, meaning we're going to chase our tail economically. Do understand, remember the pie chart from before? That interest right now, we expect, and within about a decade, interest may be the second most expensive thing in our budget. You will be seeing Social Security, Medicare, and then interest right up there, and that's going to consume everything. There functionally will be no more money left. And I know I'm getting a little thick, but to try to drive this home, the changes in debt that happened from where CBO was projecting back in January to some of the numbers we're seeing right now. So just for the fun of it, I know this is hard to read. We just did a calculation and said, hey, CBO basically said, hey, interest rates are going to go up 0.25%. Think of it as 25 basis points. But if we went up 100 basis points in interest, over the 10 years of financing of that, we're basically looking at, what is that? Another $3.5 trillion of financing cost. So yes, you get to say we're spending at $1.9 trillion today, but do you understand the total cost of that? So it's not just the cost of the legislation. It's the cascade effect you're creating to the economy where that family wants to buy their first home. You just raised their mortgage interest rates. But on a national basis, this year we will finance probably about $10 trillion. My quick estimate is about $7 trillion are just our bonds that are rolling off that we have to refinance because we have no cash to pay for them. So they get reset at the new interest rates. Then we have our typical spending, so there goes another $1 trillion plus the trillion we authorized back in December and last year, and now another couple $1 trillion, so maybe another 4 on top of that 7. And you start to look at over $10 trillion of new issue or refinancing coming to market of U.S. sovereign debt. What did we just do to our interest rates, the world interest rates, the value of money? And this comes back to my early point. We talk about what is happening in income inequality, the working poor. Those of us who have stocks or have a house or have assets, when you do this type of monetization of debt, when it requires the Federal Reserve to keep pumping in. Today we have 20% more cash floating around in our economy than we had a year ago. People who are wealthy own things. They make a lot of money because their assets get more and more valuable. The working poor who don't own a house, they don't own stocks, they don't have a bond, they don't have a pension. What they have, they get crushed. That's what we're doing to the working poor here. Please, someone buy an economics book for my Democrat brothers and sisters to understand there's going to be a lot of singing and happy in a couple months when they get the check. And next year when they realize they're being crushed, who will step up and actually take blame saying, we could have done things that would have grown the economy, grown your future income, made so the working poor actually had a future. Instead, we're going to flood the market with competing labor. We're going to devalue anything you could ever buy, or any asset you have, and we're going to make it so you can never afford to get out of the quartile where you're trapped. And this is what leftist policies do to poor people. So, look, this is a theme. We're going to build on it, and we're going to bring in more and more data and facts and see if we can turn around some of the heads here to say it's not enough to talk that we care. It's when you actually can stand up and say, Republican policies in 2018, 2019, before the virus, we actually made a difference. We're the party that actually closed income inequality. We're the party that actually made the working poor less poor. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, is recognized for 32 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my friend from Arizona for his very informative speech here about our coming, looming economic issues. Thank you, Mr. Schweikert. For the last 2 weeks, the majority has attacked the First Amendment, and now they are attacking the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment clearly states the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And as Justice Scalia noted in his decision in Heller, the Second Amendment does not give Americans a right, it protects a pre-existing right. Hence the phrase, shall not be infringed. Our theme for the next 30 minutes will be about H.R. 8 and the damage it will do to the Second Amendment, which is, as Justice Scalia noted, a pre-existing right. I now am pleased to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Heiss.
I thank my friend from Arizona, and we are all concerned with this bill, H.R. 8. And the reality is the big money donors and powerful special interest groups behind the Democratic Party, for a long time, they've sought to undermine and restrict and even eliminate the Second Amendment rights of Americans. And with the Democratic Party now calling the shots here in Washington, quite frankly, the majority party is not even trying to hide their true agenda. Masquerading as supposedly good faith proposals to end gun violence, what they're really putting in place are the stepping stones to create a national firearm registry and eventually even confiscate firearms. H.R. 8 is being considered later this week, and it would implement a universal background checking system. The majority claims that this is an obvious solution to gun violence, but that is simply not the case at all. Gun violence in America is complex, and so are the solutions. But the overwhelming majority of criminals would not be stopped by H.R. 8 whatsoever. In fact, the Justice Department itself, by its own data, says that 75% of criminals in prison who possessed a firearm obtained it through theft, the black market, or family and friends. Secondly, we know that the vast majority of mass shooters have been able to would have been able to pass background checks. This bill does not in any way end gun violence, but what it does do is create a national gun registry that will eventually be used against law-abiding Americans. Without a permanent database of who owns the firearms, the federal government would not be able to determine whether a private firearm transfer took place with the required background check. And so that brings us to the real aim of this bill, H.R. 8. It paves the way for this database to be used at a later date in a national gun confiscation program. And listen, don't take my word. Even President Biden himself in August 2019 said that he does support confiscating assault weapons, which he would consider AR-15 style. So folks, listen, the threat is real. We're in a major fight for those who are trying to dismantle and eliminate the Second Amendment. We're not blowing smoke here. H.R. 8 is a massive move in that direction, and we stand here tonight to say no, we're not going to allow that to happen on our watch. We've got to be vigilant. We've got to stand on guard for our freedoms. And again, I thank the gentleman, my friend from Arizona, for yielding me these couple of moments.
I thank the gentleman, and now it's my pleasure to yield 2 minutes to my friend from Ohio, Mr. Davidson.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank this body for still continuing the tradition of this opportunity to speak and have our voices heard. Even though we're in the minority, we don't control the floor, we can't put our bills on the agenda to have a debate. Often we can't even get an amendment considered on the bills. The Rules Committee strips out anything that would materially change a bill. And sadly, that's been a bipartisan approach to governing in this body. That's not a functioning legislature when those kinds of things happening. And why is that important? Every member needs to have their voice heard. and they should be heard on this bill. This should be heard whether this body wants to change our constitutional protections fundamentally. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The majority doesn't seek to amend the Constitution, but they seek to nullify that constitutional guarantee with subterfuge. They say this is a background check bill. Well, every commercial firearm transaction today already requires a background check. That doesn't matter whether you do it at a gun store, at a gun show, at any other forum. If you buy a firearm from a commercial seller of firearms, a federal firearm license holder, you have to do a background check. You can't do it. Now, what does this do? It basically says if you want to even loan a gun to a family member to go on a hunting trip, you got to get a background check. Someone will be criminalized for doing that. You can't have private transfers. Essentially, the government says you can't be trusted to sell a firearm to anybody. You have to go to a licensed agent of the federal government. And how do they guarantee that? They guarantee that by creating a registry. Now, why should we be concerned about that? Well, that's the path towards seizing it. It doesn't guarantee that the government will do it. But let me tell you about a Supreme Court case that's right now. Under the Fourth Amendment, there's a clause that's been interpreted by court opinions to allow seizures for community care. Warrantless seizures of property. This goes with civil asset forfeiture, all kinds of abuses of warrantless surveillance. The Fourth Amendment, if we do not stand up and defend the Second Amendment today, it will be just as abused as the Fourth Amendment guarantee of privacy is today. We have to oppose this bill. The people of the United States of America are constitutionally guaranteed the right to keep and bear arms, and this body shall not infringe it and shall not be infringed without a constitutional amendment, and that is not what's on the floor today. I urge everyone to oppose H.R. 8 and any such effort to deny American citizens the protections our Constitution guarantees. And I yield.
I thank the gentleman. And now it's my privilege to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd.
Thank you, Chairman Biggs. You know, as a federally licensed gun store owner, I have a unique perspective on our Second Amendment rights. And I actually happen to know how background checks actually work. It seems that H.R. 8 is being sold as universal background checks. And it would impose harsh penalties like six-figure fines and jail time for the simple act of